Thanks, Jake.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, my wonderful friends. Welcome to the first day of our Quilt Festival here on SewingStreet. I'm Stuart, Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. And I've got a fantastic, wonderful day for you. So stick around. But let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Now, I do think it's important. Oh, hello. There we are. I do think it's important to be organised when you're sewing. And when we're making quilts, we're often making block by block, row by row. This is a fantastic tool for getting you organised and making sure that when you lay out your quilt and you've got your arrangement just right, and goodness me, don't we labour over that, that when you sew those rows together, we keep everything in the right order. So essentially, what we've got here, it's the quilt block row markers. You get 144 pieces. That's 12 blocks, 12 rows. Let me explain. The first row, yellow. We've got row 1, block 2, block 3, all the way up to block 12. So we could have up to 144 blocks in our quilt, which is plenty. Okay, what you would do, look, here is my block. Here's my... Now, I've only done half the block, but let's say it's the whole. I might finish showing this today, actually. And what you would do, this is row 1, block 1, and all I'm going to do is grab a pin, okay, and you're just going to push it through the first hole, through the block, and out through the second hole. And that is as simple as that. It's row 1, block 1. So you can do, and then obviously you've got row 1, block 2, and so on. Pin them. Then you can literally stack all your blocks together, take them to the sewing machine, and you know exactly what to sew all the yellow ones together, sew all the red ones together, and so on. It makes the job so much easier. I used to use Post-it notes. They don't stick. They fall off. So you're pinning those. This is so easy to use. You get 144 pieces. So that is 12 rows of 12 blocks, all in different colours. And we're not staying at $19.99. It all comes in a plastic box with a lid so you can keep everything organised. Let's do the crash. Great. This is a 25% reduction in the price. That's massive. Absolutely massive for $14.99. Now, I'll tell you my usual process. I lay my quilt blocks out on the floor because I haven't got a design wall. Well, I've got a design wall, but it's only small. So I'll lay everything out on the floor or on a bed, and then I'm back. I pick up a block, back to my machine, back and forth. I mean, I think of it as cardio, but really what I would like to do is have my stack of blocks next to the machine and sew. But I know that I'm not that organised. Now, $14.99 is an incredible price. A 25% reduction is amazing, but this is Festival Week. This is Quilt Festival Week. Let's drop that price again. Right. That's a 50%, more than 50% reduction. $9.99. Be quick. Be quick. If you've already checked out, your final price is $9.99. There'll be treats all week. Loads of you checking out your baskets. It's our Quilt Festival event. There'll be lots of treats throughout the week. And this runs right through until Tuesday next week. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to dress up. You don't have to carry bags. You don't have to pay £9 for a cup of coffee. I don't know. I would never pay £9 for a cup of coffee. But unless your partner starts charging you £9 for a coffee, that's one way of supplementing your pocket money, isn't it? Anyway, let's try that with Charlie. But what a great event. These are flying out. You get 144 of them. They are really, really robust. They're double-sided as well. Okay. And so literally you just pin through and away you go. Brilliant stuff. Over 40 of you have these in your basket. It's a brilliant buy. I'll show you all the different colours that you get. You get a kind of terracotta, you get like a plummy colour or a purple. I'll show you how these work. So when you're laying out your quilt blocks for a quilt, I mean, such as this quilt hanging behind me, we've got 12 blocks, which you think, well, that's not too much to get organised, but it would be so easy to muddle them up. And I want them in a particular order. 3 blocks in row 1, so row 1, block 1, 2 and 3. Row 2, 1, 2 and 3. All I'm going to do as I lay this out on the floor is I'm going to pin to, I mean, obviously this would be to the quilt block rather than the quilt itself, but I would just lay them out on the floor and pin. Just pin that one very briefly. You need your other hand behind it. You just pin across the row, and then you can take those blocks to your sewing machine, and you know this to this to this to this. Easy. You're not going to get muddled up. You're not going to end up sewing your block round the wrong way. The other thing that I would recommend that you do, which I haven't done there because my arms aren't long enough, but what I would do at home is I would always put my label on the top left corner. And so if your block happens to be directional or has a right way up, you don't twist and turn your block and end up sewing it in upside down. That is quite easy to do. You can also use these if you're sewing a more complicated block together. So for example, it might be that your block has 9 units that all get sewn together. You can treat those 9 units as row 1, and not block 1, but unit 1. So row 1, piece 1, 2 and 3, row 2, 1, 2 and 3, and so on. So it's a clever bit of kit, this. Morning, Stuart and team. I got the early bird, thanks. At £9.99 as well, Heather. See you at Festival of Quilts. Oh, Heather, see you there as well. Bring your bag. Lots and lots of you are going to Festival of Quilts this week, but if you can't make it, you can join us here every day for Quilt Festival. Annette's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, I have booked my first ever visit to Festival of Quilts. I'm really excited, also looking forward to the shows this week. Thanks, Annette. And also, I'm there at Festival of Quilts every single day, E116, I have my own stand, come and say hi. And also on Saturday morning, 9:30 till 10, I'm giving a free talk in the Concourse Theatre, but you'd need to book your ticket. So go to the Festival of Quilts website. Stuart, my man. Oh, Carol, my woman. My friend Sue and I will come to say hello on Saturday at Festival of Quilts. Sadly, we can't make it in time for your talk. Oh, Carol, never mind. I'll do the talk just for you on the stand. We'll have half an hour. I probably will. Keep checking out. There's over 100 of you with it in your basket. Do check out. You will not get another amazing deal like this. Certainly on this product, half price, better than half price. Should be £19.99. You're paying £9.99 today. Don't miss out. It's a brilliant, brilliant deal. Really brilliant deal. Right. Let's do the menu. Right, we are starting out this hour, 8 a.m, with Sizzix Big Dies with Suzie Duncan and the SewingStreet launch of the Big Shot Plus. Excited about that. I love to die cut. At 9 o'clock, I'm super excited about a brand new launch. This is Tula Pink's Prince Charming Deja Vu. Would you like to be able to make a quilt like this? Or like this? Ah, yeah. Now, we've got the fabric. We've got the fabric. That is in 9 o'clock. It's a recolouring of one of Tula's iconic early fabric lines from 2011. Just to let you know, that fabric with raindrops on in the collection, a third of the stock's already gone on its own. We have a mega bundle, but if you want any of these fabrics, there's only 8 in the whole collection, and we've got them all. But jump onto the website now and get them, won't you? Don't miss out. Now, here's a hint. Susie's with me first hour, but she's also back at 10 o'clock with her fabulous block keeper. That is on at 10 o'clock. Beautiful, beautiful new colourways. But also, it's not just a pattern for a block keeper. You have got 5 different quilt blocks, and they will all make quilts in their own rights, all for £9.99. Plus, that fabulous project of the block keeper. Everybody needs a block keeper. Pattern for £9.99. You've got your project, but you've also got 5 quilts. I mean, it's fantastic value. Right, at 11 o'clock, we're going to have a full hour focus on the amazing Brother FS250. Just an absolutely iconic machine, my hero machine at SewingStreet from a hero brand. Brother is amazing, and the machine is incredible value. This is the day we drop the price. This is your best day to buy. So if you want to jump on and get yourself the Brother FS250 now, before we sell out, now's your chance. Imagine if you were going to a quilt show and you had to carry your machine home. None of that. This gets delivered to your door for £4.95. At 12 o'clock, such a beautiful quilt. It's called Haven, and we have got Blue Haven, and we have also got Red Haven, which Susie's going to be demoing. It is such a beautiful quilt, beginner friendly, fabulous fabrics, and the price is going to knock your socks off. So that is amazing. Right, let's get started. Suzie Duncan,
Hello.
welcome. Oh,
Morning.
how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
It's great to have your company.
Thank you, you too.
We've got 3 fabulous hours with you today.
Yeah, sorry folks.
Not at all, loving it. We're going to start with a brand new machine. This is the Sizzix Big Shot Plus.
It is.
We have a handle.
We do.
We do have a handle. It is the Big Shot Plus. We're going to crash the price straight away, and then Susie's going to do her thing. Should be £174. You're getting it for £149.99. Now, it says machine only. You also get your plates, of course, don't you, Suzie?
You
Tell
do.
me about the Big Shot Plus.
So this is the big brother of the Sizzix Big Shot. So it's got a wider cutting bed, so you can do your A4 style plates and the bigger dies as well. Which means you've got much more manoeuvrability, capability for your crafting, be it paper craft or fabric, leather, cork, whatever you want to do. So it takes a plique into a whole new world.
I mean, I love die cutting.
Yes.
And I die cut a lot of my patchwork fabrics, piecing and applique.
Yeah.
What are the benefits of die cutting over scissors, craft knives, rotary cutters?
So we've got 10 fingers.
Right.
How many of those do we cut, lose, or whatever if we've got a craft knife or a rotary cutter in our hand? The other thing with this is if you're cutting a flower shape, for example, lots of curves. Curves are one of the hardest things to cut by hand.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how good your scissors are, your curves are never going to be perfect. Your circles are never going to be perfect. And if you've got to cut 75 circles to go as a plique on a quilt top,
Yep.
they
Which
are
might
not,
just be the border.
Absolutely. That is not, or one row.
Yeah.
It's not, they're not going to all be identical.
No.
With a die, you cut the same shape identically, but you can multi-layer cut accurately at once.
How many layers can we cut in one go?
At least 8 with this.
8 layers of fabric?
Of fabric,
8
which
layers
is
of fabric.
phenomenal.
Perfect circles, perfect squares,
Whatever
triangles,
you want to
numbers,
do.
alphabets, you name it.
Exactly.
Hexagons.
It just opens up your complete creativity then, because you're not worried about that boring process of cutting out. You'll tackle different shapes. You can go, not only that, if you're struggling to cut for whatever reason, even the basic square shapes mean you can quickly piece your project together without that worrying or traumatic process
Yeah.
of cutting out.
Yeah.
They'll be accurate sized. You'll be able to finish your project without the trauma and the pain.
Yeah,
So,
and also just we all find, I think,
Yeah.
rotary cutting, scissor cutting, it takes its toll on our bodies. Backs,
Absolutely,
necks,
yeah.
shoulders, arms, fingers, elbows.
Exactly.
You know, it's not a comfortable process, and it's not a process that I think many people who quilt enjoy. I don't quilt because I enjoy cutting out. I enjoy sewing together.
yeah.
What do we actually get in the box,
So
Suzie?
this is the machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not light, but it's carryable.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very neat, very sleek, matte finish, so it's wipeable if you want to.
Very smart.
It's superb for storage because it's low level,
Yep.
so it'll fit on a shelf. And the handle, which I
Yep.
know you were looking round
Which is
for,
currently missing.
it is not.
It's not me.
How
Oh,
clever
hello.
is this? We've got it neatly stored underneath in its own little cubby hole that won't.
You're doing things back to front.
I
aren't
am.
you? It's
I'm
always
trying to do it in a
hard.
mirror. I'm useless in a mirror.
I'm
And then all we do, we don't need an Allen key.
Yep.
All we need to do is to pop it in place, and we're good to go. We can roll our.
And I
plates.
see you're doing that with your left hand. Are you left-handed?
No, I'm right-handed.
You're right-handed. So you can do it left-handed or right-handed?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, and you can go forward and backwards.
You see, if you were,
brilliant.
like for example, a really good mate of mine has terrible rheumatoid arthritis
Yeah.
in one of his hands, really bad, and that is hindering him.
Yes.
If you had an injury, if you were having surgery, you might not be able to scissor cut, rotary cut, but you can swap hands on this
Absolutely.
and get just as
And
great
you-
results.
Yeah, absolutely you can. And not only that, but you don't have to support what goes through. So if you are down to one arm, one hand, you can still operate it.
Do you have to stand up to use the machine?
So no, I mean you can sit down. I wouldn't have it on my lap because it's a bit heavy.
Sure.
But if you've got a little card table or something like that, it will go on there. You can just rotary cut. If you can get onto the floor, so if you've got little children around, this is totally safe for them to use. So if you want a helping hand, I call them the Sizzix elves. They come, turn the handle for you.
Oh,
you just load it up.
Yes.
But because there is no sharp things going on, this is perfectly safe
And no
for
trapped
children.
fingers?
No trapped fingers. I mean, you can't get children through this gap.
No, fair enough. Have you tried?
I'm not
Don't
saying
answer
I've
that.
tried, but your
you're not
fingers
gonna
will go
trap
through,
fingers.
but there is nothing in here other than 2 steel rollers.
I suppose they work a bit like an old-fashioned mangle.
They are based
but they're
on
not
a mangle.
together.
They're not together. What creates the pressure for cutting
Yep.
is as you turn this handle, obviously the rollers move, but they're an exact distance apart, and all the plates are an exact measurement, which means that you've got the completely perfect pressure
Yep.
as you pass the plates and the dies through, and I'll explain what a die is for those people who don't know in a minute, to cut your shape.
Great. Now, Suzie,
Yes.
do you think at this point could you
Show
cut
you
a
what
bit of
hap-
fabric?
I think we should.
I think to see the magic happen, that would be
Yes.
awesome. Now, loads of you have already checked out your basket on this. You are making a fabulous saving, $149.99. There's also 4 split pays. So here are the benefits of buying from us. 4 split pays, 0% interest. That means instead of parting with $149.99 in one go, you could pay £37 and change to get the Sizzix Bigz Shop home. Try it, use it. You don't have to carry it home. You don't have to pay the full amount in one go. You can spread the cost over 4 months, but get it in 5 to 7 days. You get your plates. You get all your plates that you need, and that's to cut fabric, to cut foam, to cut thin chipboard, you name it, cork. You can also, of course, cut card and paper as well.
Absolutely, yes. Felt, all of those.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, I use my Big Shop pretty much every day.
If I move this to one
Yes,
side, could
you
you
can.
show us how we put the fabrics on the
I
plate,
can.
please?
So let me explain what the dies are. So they'll come to you in boxes like this. with a label on one end, picture on the front, and we've got lots available.
Oh, sorry.
I've chosen the hexagon, the 1-inch hexagon. So if you're an EPPer, English paper piecer, this is the perfect way to cut your hexagons and your backing papers.
It certainly looks a lot easier than cutting with scissors.
Absolutely, and you can multi-cut at once. So if you're not fussy cutting at this stage, it's perfect. Now you can feel this, there is nothing sharp on here, Stuart. So it's all complete, it just feels like foam, doesn't it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So to actually feel the die, you've got to really press with your fingers, but even then, it's not sharp.
Sure.
Because it's a steel edge, it's not a sharp blade inside.
And die cutting doesn't work on sharpness, does it?
No, it works on pressure, which is why it's safe for children.
Well, to reiterate, Joanna, thank you so much for taking the time to message. She says, yes, brilliant for children. I've just made bags for teachers with a 4-year-old.
Yep.
She loved choosing the fabrics and the shapes and seeing it all come together. And so much fun to get a child to turn and help layer. You could really enjoy that part of the craft together, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, my children and grandson absolutely loved using this and creating
Anne's
things.
message from Dorset. She says, I love my Sizzix Big Shot Plus. I have health issues and this is so easy to use. It has an even pressure across the plate. I would highly recommend.
Oh, thank you, Anne. Absolutely. It is a godsend. If you're having a day, and I often have them, where my fingers just do not want to move.
Some people end up giving up their favourite craft, don't they? Because it's too painful.
Yeah. And there's only so many cups of tea I can drink to help.
£9 a cup.
At £9 a cup, definitely none. So I've chosen this one purely because it cuts 4 at once and I want you to see how quickly I could cut my shapes.
So 4, I'll do the maths.
Yeah.
4 at once,
Yeah.
8 layers of fabric,
I've got
4
4 at the
eighths,
moment.
32. So you could cut 32 hexagons in one pass.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I couldn't do that with a rotary cutter because you'd lose the accuracy because your pressure isn't enough when you're cutting. So I've actually got some charm squares here. So these are great ways of using up your scraps as well, because you don't have to cut all 4. If you only want a few, you can just cover up one.
Doesn't matter if the fabric's hanging off the edge.
Absolutely not.
Ace.
What you don't want is the fabric wider than the cutting bed.
Dragging and...
Because that will distort the shape.
I get that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I've got 4 charm squares loaded up here, and I'm just going to place them over the top. Now, in your kit...
Right way up, right way down?
If I tend to go right way down, the only important thing is when we come on to the numeracy die, because we don't want numbers back to front.
Not really.
I mean, it's a novelty.
So we have to think about that when it's directional.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
But most of them, it doesn't matter. In your kit, you're going to get a thick adaptive platform.
Breadboard.
Yes. And you remembered.
Suzie, I would have to think of it like that. It would be the way I'd remember.
But you see, I've always taught that. When I've taught it, I've taught people that you're making a sandwich.
Right.
Then you'll get an extra adapter plate that you'll use if you're using very thin dies in papercraft. Now, those thin dies are not suitable for cutting fabric.
Sure.
I'm going to say that now because I don't want people to be disappointed.
So you get the ones that have this foam block. They're for
Chunky
fabric.
ones, yeah. You can get away with some manufacturers' solid single shapes, you know, like they're squares, they're circles. But when they're intricate, so they've got tiny little like doily edges, don't try and cut fabric with them because you'll be super disappointed. But then you wouldn't try and do that with scissors. I always say if you're not going to be able to do it with a pair of scissors, don't expect a machine to do it for you because they're not as good as we are.
No, but the good news is there are lots and lots of patchwork and quilting and applique dies available. We have some today, but there's a whole range available, aren't there?
And when you look at English paper piecing, you look at quilt blocks, they are fundamentally geometric shapes. broken down and placed in different areas.
Absolutely.
So look at the geometric shapes you're buying. Now, the important ones for us as fabric users are these two clear plates. Now, these are consumables. They will look beautiful like this when you get them out the box. They do not stay like this.
Right.
They will end up looking quite marked, crusty, lots of lines, cut lines. That is what you want. If they look like this forever and a day, you're not using your machine.
Right. We want them to look crusty.
We want them to look horrible. I know. So whether you choose to cut right way up or upside down is up to you. Sorry.
Rusty.
I know. It's Monday. Listen, I've probably had about 4 hours sleep in the last 4 days.
You've had a big old weekend, haven't you, Susie?
I have had a very busy weekend. No sleep, and voice is going to go by the end of the 3 hours, I can tell you that now. So what I would recommend is keep one as your cutting plate, one as your base plate.
Right.
So always cut against that cutting plate and rotate it.
Yeah.
Because you will find, and I'm going to use a term that I don't think is an official term, but I use the term bananaing.
Okay.
Because you'll see as we push it through, that pressure is so superb. It does slightly banana the plates. And with time, I mean, you should see mine at home.
Yeah. But it doesn't affect how they're used, does it?
Absolutely
And those
not.
marks, those, if you like,
Are fine.
scars, battle scars,
Yes.
don't affect.
No, they don't. And what I do is, because I use mine a lot, every so often I put it in a bowl of warm water with a bit of washing up liquid, and I get an old toothbrush, and it is an old toothbrush, I assure you, Mr. Duncan, it's not yours. And I just give it a bit of a scrub, gets out all those bits of fabric or paper, felt, whatever it is I've cut, and then I'm good to go again.
Great.
Let it air dry.
Let me move this
so
over.
I've loaded this up, and this is my sandwich. So with these Bigz dies, this is the sandwich you're going to use. Then all I'm going to do is just lay it along that bed. I'll let you turn the handle.
Oh, awesome.
And I can let go. Now you may hear...
I'm just going to say, I could do this with my little finger. That's how easy. You don't need to put any weight behind this at all.
You don't, absolutely not.
That was really surprising.
It
That was very easy.
Now, if you've got lots of layers or a thicker fabric, you may hear a sort of, I'm going to call it the Cocoa Pops or the Rice Krispie sound, you know, that crackle?
Yeah.
That's good. That's not a bad thing. You're not breaking your machine. What
Is
you're
it bad
doing,
that we didn't hear it?
We did, but you were
I was talking.
too busy. I didn't like to say that.
No, go for it.
And then you'll see what I mean about the marks. Can you see we've got a few marks on there?
Yeah.
That's okay. It means we've cut through.
Yeah.
But the fact that we can see this means I could have put loads more layers on there as well.
So crusty.
I know, it's horrific, isn't it?
So crusty.
You're never going to let me forget
No,
that,
I'm
are
not. Ever.
I'm going to get a WhatsApp later, aren't I? How are you doing, crusty, or something? So we're going to take these off.
Look at this.
And we've got all these hexagons.
This is amazing. And remember,
So-
this could be, you've done 4 layers of fabric, but
Yeah.
you could easily have done 8
8,
layers,
absolutely.
which is 32 perfect hexagons in one cut.
Yeah.
Presumably, as well, I can use a larger hexagon, a smaller
I was
hexagon
just
die,
going
sorry,
to say
to do
that.
paper.
Yeah. So what I would do...
Look at that.
So these are the 1 inch. So what I normally do with my paper bit, there it is. So not only do I use paper, but I also use H630 or H640. And I cut I know these are too big, but I cut my papers. So I've got examples of what I've cut here. So this is H630.
Wow, cool.
That I use on the back of mine. And on this bag, for example, I've done it for this. So it just gives a wadded...
Oh, that looks amazing.
So it gives a wadded finish.
That looks so good.
So if you want extra texture on your quilting, this one has got thinner stabiliser underneath. This has no stabiliser. It's just got Bonder web.
It's really cool.
So it's a really clever system, and I tend to use. So if I this one was a 1.5 inch hexagon. and I cut a 1-inch hexagon in my H630. And then you can go smaller still for these.
Very clever.
So it's just, if you like a bigger seam allowance,
Yep.
go 2 sizes up. So
Yep.
go for, start with 1.5 and go up to 2.
Yep.
But I tend to just do the 1/4 inch,
Yep.
which is enough for a plique, definitely. You don't want too much fabric underneath, do you?
We have a
Yep.
message from Anne. She
Yep.
says, good morning, lovely people. Can you please clarify exactly what comes in the Big Shot box? Of
I
course.
can. Yes.
Of course.
Go for it. Are you going to, or
I can do it if you want. Yep.
Do you want me to?
So you get your Big Shot Plus machine, your die cutting machine with your handle. Remember, you can have that, you can turn the machine so you can have the handle on the left or the right, but you can equally use your left or right hand on either side, okay? You can wind it forwards, you can wind it backwards, it cuts the same. You also get your thick white, what we call the breadboard or the base plate. This you would use more in paper cutting.
Yes, yeah. Or if you're embossing.
Yeah. You also get your 2 clear plastic plates, which are your cutting plates, one for underneath the die, one for on top of the die to create almost like the bread in your sandwich. And then you get the thin extra cutting plate, or I suppose you could call that a shim maybe, for
Yes,
using when you're using
it's the
very
adapter,
thin
yeah.
paper crafting dies.
Absolutely.
So those are the 4 plates that you get.
Yeah.
So it's for you then to mix and match to choose the dies that you want. We've got some on the show. They're also on a special deal. If you buy 3 dies,
Yeah.
you get a discount. We have a slide. 20% off your dies if you buy 2 or more. 20% off. Now, let me show you, or Susie, let's show the dies that we have available.
Which-
These are the Sizzix Fabric dies.
Do you want, you,
Yeah.
I've got them open.
Do them in
so
order?
if you
Yep.
Do whichever
Let's
you want.
start. Well, one of the things none of us would want to sit cutting out with scissors, numbers.
So I think this is a fabulous die for labelling your quilts, dating your quilts, and also for personalising. So
Yeah.
if you've got a wedding, new baby, a university degree, anything, you can put the date, relevant date on there. And as you say, cutting out numbers is not an easy task.
Oh,
and
even
especially
cutting
with
out-
4s.
yeah.
I mean, those little bits in the middle,
Yeah.
really.
And these are actual size.
Yes, they are.
Now, you don't need to put a code in. If you're buying 2 or more dies, that 20% will come off automatically. You don't have to buy multiples of 2. If you buy 2, 3, 4, 9, whatever, you'll get that 20% off all of your dies. So, for example, if we just, let's say I'm buying 1 for me, 1 for you, 2 of the numbers, you get 2, and it takes the price down. So that will happen automatically, all right?
So I've got how they come out.
Oh, fantastic.
There you go.
So that's
This
your
is
sort
in
of
felt.
size. Yeah.
And if you
superb.
put your Bonder web on the back first,
Yep.
you can use them straight away for a plique.
Brilliant.
And they are mirror imaged on the die,
Yep.
so you put your right side down.
Yes.
Because otherwise it will be back to front.
Sure, absolutely.
Which works for some numbers like the 0, not so great for the 7 or the 9.
No, true enough. Collector in, Andrea, sorry, in Greater London's message to say, I have the Big Shot, not the Plus.
Yeah.
Will these dies
Yes.
fit the Big Shot?
Absolutely they will, Andrea. So the only limitation, the difference, is that cutting bed size. So the Big Shot has a 6-inch cutting bed size. This is a 9-inch width. So that is the only difference. The pressure is the same, and you'll just use your 2 cutting plates exactly the same.
Fantastic, thank you. Marie from East Riding's message to say, morning.
Oh, it's disappeared.
It's all right. I'll get it back. There we go. Don't worry. Got your details of your machine there. Great saving. Morning. Having had the mini machine and the Big Shot Sizzix is definitely worth getting the Big Shot Plus to accommodate larger projects. Yeah, wider dies, more
Absolutely.
versatility.
Yes, absolutely. And with the mini machine, you won't be able to use the big dies.
Yeah.
You'll need the Big Shot Plus to be
This
able
is
to
the
use
one.
the Big Shot. And
This is the one.
just to have the handle storage as
Yeah.
well. For me, I was saying to you earlier that, or perhaps Jimmy, where I store mine at home, I'm forever knocking the handle because it sticks out.
Yeah.
So having a Big Shot Plus machine, which I haven't yet got, would be a perfect because I wouldn't have that problem.
Sure. I
And
must
it's
admit,
so
Suzie,
neat.
earlier on when you said that the handle came off, I thought, yeah, but isn't that something that's just going to lie around? Would you lose it? I did not realise that they had thought to put the storage under the machine. I
very-
should have known better.
Yeah.
Let's look at another die.
What we're
The
looking at.
tumbler.
Oh,
I love a tumbler quilt.
Yeah, I love a tumbler.
Great
And
as a scrap quilting project.
it is a
this.
really good one and a really useful applique one as well.
Yeah. This will fit on a charm square, won't it?
It will, because you end up with a 4.5 finished tumbler block.
So
I've
think
got
about
one.
things like charm squares and also layer cake squares. You could fold 2 layer cake
Yeah.
squares into quarters.
Yes.
Both of them, 8 tumblers,
Yeah.
all in one go.
Be perfect. So this is what it cuts. This is out of corduroy,
Oh, lovely.
and then you've got cottons,
Yep.
and this is denim.
Wow.
So old jeans,
Yeah.
great way to do your old jeans. And then when you sew them together, you get a really superb, we know the tumbler effect. But
That's
again,
fab.
I've just used a single one on the bag as my flower pot, as
really
an applique.
clever.
So I Bonder webbed the back before I cut it. And that was just a charm square,
Yeah.
as you said, you know.
Yeah.
It's, but it's a shape that is an awkward shape to cut because of the angles.
Yeah, you'd have
So
to use a template.
you would definitely have to use a template. Well, by the time I've drawn a template, cut the template, it's probably slightly off.
Yeah.
With this, as you've already said, I can be cutting all of these in one pass,
Mm-hmm.
no fuss, and within seconds sew them together.
And they're all the same, they're all accurate.
Accurate, and because they've allowed that 1/4 inch seam allowance, they'll be perfectly aligned when you bring them together.
Fantastic. Jacqueline from Cumbria has messaged in to say, morning both, I have the original Big Shot and have made a couple of quilts purely from the dies. It's so easy to do, don't hesitate. It's raining in Cumbria, we need the rain, Jacqueline.
Yeah, I think for the first time we're all entirely jealous of the rain in Cumbria.
Yeah, we like the rain, we like the rain.
We do.
Don't forget, if
Yeah.
you buy 2 or more dies, any combination you like, you get 20% off your dies. All right,
Yep.
really, really worth doing.
Absolutely.
Right, next one we've got, let's
Yeah.
talk some hexagons. I've got
love
3 different sizes. I'll show you them all and then so we've got, this one is 1 3/4 inches. This is a 1 inch, this is a 1 1/2.
Yeah.
So actually the 3 are very compatible together.
Yes, if you're an English paper piecer, I would suspect that these are the sizes you're going to go for. Because they
Agreed.
are the ones that are probably most commonly put together. And that will give you the capability of cutting not only your fabrics, but also your papers of choice. And remember, hexagons are measured on the side length,
Yeah.
not the diameter.
Right.
That's how all shapes are measured for English paper piecing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So should we start with the smallest,
Yeah.
the 1 inch?
Which is the one we've used already. So
used
with
that
this one, you've got 4 1-inch pieces already positioned on there. So you're cutting 4 with 1 pass. It's the only one that's got a multiple shape
Got you.
repeat on there.
But Suzie, you don't have to cut them all as you showed
Absolutely
earlier on.
not. If you've got the tiniest little bit of scrap fabric, you can just put it over one bit.
Great
Or
stuff,
if you
Buster.
only want one red one, one blue one, you put them opposite ends and pass it through. Why you'd ever only cut one, I really don't know.
Sure.
Because if I can cut 8 instead of 1, I'm going to cut 8 and put them in my stash bag. That's why I always have to have a big
Or
stash bag.
32.
Or 32.
Maria's asked a good question. She's in Greater Manchester. Morning, Marie. Maria, I beg your pardon. Morning, Stuart and Suzie. Can I use these dies in another brand of machine?
So my recommendation would be to refer to that brand's manufacturer information to check whether they're compatible. So I don't know what other machines you're talking about, but do that, make sure. Most manufacturers these days, on their website, there is a list of compatible dies. So double check that But yeah, in my experience, I've had a few years of experience with these machines. There aren't many out there that they're not compatible with.
Great.
But they
It would
are.
be great if you could take advantage of 20% off.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
Right.
it's a great way to buy with friends.
Yes. Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
The
if you
Deputy
do-
has got a massive collection of dies and they're all shared around the quilt group.
Yeah, because if you are a quilt group or a craft group, this is a really great way to build your stash, because a lot of them have lending libraries as well, so they'll lend out or they'll use them. I just want to show you that with each of these hexagon dies, you get a project inside to start you off. So if you're lacking inspiration, does anyone lack inspiration? I think we're all inspired, but sometimes you want a quick project,
Yeah, you
don't
do.
you? So this tells you exactly what you need to create this super little flower garden hexagon pillow. So it's again a fun one. Summer holidays are upon us. This is a really good one, and
Yeah.
my big shot has actually been camping with us.
Oh yeah,
So
because
I
you don't
can
need
take this
electricity.
camping. Do not need
You
electricity.
can do it anywhere. You can put it on a hill table.
Absolutely. Yeah.
A question.
Yeah.
If you're cutting your papers for EPP,
Yes.
can you use these dies or do you need a different one? That's from Susan.
I use this one because I use these dies not just for fabric. I use them for paper. I use them for, I've cut denim, leather, PU. What else have I cut?
Do you think
Thin
this
balsa
stems
wood.
from the old kind of, oh, you can't use your fabric
Yeah,
scissors
no.
for cutting paper?
Yeah, definitely that applies to scissors, does
Yeah.
not apply to dies.
Yeah.
But for English paper piecing, what I do is if I want a 1-inch finished hexagon for my English paper piecing, I cut the papers 1 inch.
Yep.
And I will use the 1.5-inch one to cut my fabric.
To go up half an inch.
Or quarter. It depends on what you like as a seam allowance and what you're doing. I think for the applique I did on the bag, I used a 1/4 inch because I didn't want any bulk underneath, but it depends what it's going to end up being.
But that would be the
for a
1 inch
quilt,
and the 1.5
yes,
inch, wouldn't
yeah.
it?
Always at least a quarter bigger.
Let's do
Yeah.
the 1.5 inch next then. Now this die, oh again, look at all that lovely inspiration on the
Yeah.
back. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah,
This is
and
1.5 inch size.
The project for this one is a pot holder.
Lovely.
Which is always something we're useful, because how many of us go and grab something hot out the oven
Yep.
and then go, ooh, that hurt.
And does that cut 1 or 2?
This only cuts one, so
Okay.
it's a single
Got
shape
you, yep.
in the middle. So whilst it looks as if you can't fussy cut because these aren't see-through,
Yep.
you can actually fussy cut quite accurately
Mm-hmm.
with these if you want a particular shape. So it's another way of cutting for button covering and things like that
Fab.
as well.
That's the next one. Now, Hannah, I should just say there is a 1 3/4 and a 2. So I have got a 2, but we've got the 1
Yeah.
3/4 next.
1
Do
and
you have that?
3/4. That's this one.
So 1 3/4. That's this side, remember?
Yeah.
$24.99. Remember, buy 2 or more and get 20% off. So you don't have to buy multiples of 2. You could buy 3, 5, 9. Lots and lots in baskets.
And look what the project for this is. It's a little crossbody
Ooh,
bag.
cute.
But if you don't put the handles on, you've got a great little storage purse as well,
Nice.
which you can keep your EPP pieces
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
for on the go.
It's a great
Or
little
you
project,
can
that.
keep your little ruler, scissors, that sort of thing in.
Yeah, I love that. Right, next, the largest hexagon that we've got, which is the 2 inch.
It's the
The
big
2 inch.
boy. So this,
So if you were using the 1.5
Yeah.
inch or the 1 3/4 inch hexagons for your paper, you would use this for your fabric.
absolutely. But at 2 inches cut size, if you're then starting, if you like sewing hexagons together using a Y seam, then this is a great block builder
Yeah.
for a quilt. You know, a
Yeah, you
play
can
quilt.
machine piece hexagons
Absolutely,
easily enough,
you can.
can't you?
Yeah. So there's no reason why you can't. And again, you get a project in here, and this is a notebook cover.
It's lovely. It's
Yeah.
great. Right, let's do some of the geometrics. So we have got squares and half square triangles. This will make you about a gazillion different quilt blocks. So if I was going to recommend 2 dies to get that 20%, and you do geometric patchwork, it would be these 2, because they both finish at 4 inches.
They do.
Okay?
Yeah, so they are fully compatible.
So 2 of those sewn together makes 1 of those. So
Yeah.
let's do the triangles, the half square triangles, first of all.
Okay, so that's what the die looks like. So you're cutting 2 at once. So you are cutting your complete square.
Great.
I've cut these out of denim. And you can see that when they cut with a square end to the triangle.
How come?
Because when you come to piece them and you're stitching them, you're lining up and you've got your 1/4 inch seam. So when you open them, there's no dog ears.
Love that.
Don't we? I mean, it's just perfect. And then you can start creating all the different shapes that you want, but it becomes a neat project
Smashing.
without having to go back and trim anything.
Yeah,
So it's
absolutely.
a really fun one to do.
And of course, if you use a 4-inch finished unit within your block, if it's a 9-patch block, you've got
Yeah.
12-inch blocks.
Absolutely.
If it's a 4-patch block, you've got an 8-inch block.
Yeah.
You could do 16-inch block. It's very versatile
Absolutely.
size.
And a really good size for a border as well. And you can quickly create different chevrons, which is one
is
of
cute.
the rick-rack quilt is one of the patterns that you get with this.
Fab.
So it's a really useful one
Yeah, yeah.
to have to do all that cutting.
It's an essential, isn't it, Susie?
I
The half
think
square
it is. I
triangle.
mean, I think I probably create more half square triangles than anything in my life. Yeah.
Absolutely. $27.99, or 20% off that if you buy another die, just one other die. So the square
Yep.
is a 4.5-inch square, 4-inch finished. So
Yep.
again, you could cut your charm squares down,
Yep.
your scraps.
Yep. I mean, I take you know, all those odd layer cake or charm pack pieces that you have that you haven't used in the
didn't quite
project,
fit.
or they weren't quite the right colour or design. Those, just fold them into a to fit on here. So as long as they are 5 inches, because you don't ever try and line it up directly on the cut line of the die. You want a little bit of overlap, because
course.
otherwise, when that pressure hits, you won't get an accurate cut on the
That's a good point,
sides.
actually.
But so this, I've just created a 9-patch very quickly. Yeah, charm pack
Yeah,
is
charm pack
perfect.
fits.
Absolutely perfect.
That's lovely.
So that's your 9-patch. And then, as we said, combine those 2 dies, the half square triangle, and look what you can create in no time at all. Everything matches, everything's the same finished size, and you can get a quick quilt block put together in no time at all.
Oh, genuinely, you can cut out everything to make a quilt in an hour.
Oh, less than that. Easily less than that. It probably
You don't know
take
how
you.
big a quilt I want to do.
Well, that's when you get the little elves turning the handle and you're just feeding the
Exactly.
fabric. I always think it takes longer to choose the fabric than
Yep.
it does to cut with these.
When you're
because
die cutting, yeah.
you know, I have to think about the fabric, but this don't have to think about. There's no measuring.
Great.
I haven't got to fuss around with rulers. Haven't got to find a cutting mat.
Let's show you the deal. Let's show you the deal. So instead of $27.99 for half square triangles, it will just cost you $22.39. Your square die, instead of $24.99, it's costing $19.99. You pay $42.38 instead of, around $50. It's a fantastic die.
It is a really good deal.
It's terrific.
Really good deal. Great way to build up great building blocks.
Yeah, yeah.
For want of another term.
The last one that we've got, this is really cool. It's the Sizzix Tangram
Yes.
block.
Now this one doesn't allow for seam allowance.
It's an applique die.
It is an applique die, or just a fun bit of kit
Yeah.
to cut shapes. I think this is a really cool, fun thing to do with children as
Yeah.
well. So I like to put Bonder web on the back of charm squares, different colours, cut them all at once with this, and then put them in an envelope and let the children piece them back together.
Great.
And it's just a great fun way of making shapes fit together, tessellate, so they get to learn tessellating shapes and putting blocks together. But if you want extra funky applique shapes to use for whatever project you've got, this is a really good fun one because you're cutting not only triangles, you've got a parallelogram in there as well, and squares. So, but you remember there's not the seam allowance. So if you sew these together, it is not going to be the size it looks.
Sure.
It's going to shrink.
Yeah.
It will not be 4.5 inch, a
Fair
4
enough.
inch finish.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, let's recap the machine. This is brand new today. Loads of you have already checked out your baskets on this. One of the things I think is really cool with the Big Shot Plus is that the handle detaches. There's a little button on the top that you press down and that handle comes straight out. When you replace it, it just clicks in and it is totally secure. You can wind forward, you can wind back, you can use right or left hand. We have a question. Morning, both. This is a great question from Jennifer. Can you put more than one die through the machine on one pass?
You can if you can hold them. That's my thing.
Yeah.
If you can't support them for whatever reason, then it'll just fall out of the sandwich.
Presumably, if you're using
So
those little like
let's-
paper crafting dies, you could put as
Oh
many
yeah,
as you can
those
fit
definitely,
on the
definitely.
plate.
Oh yeah, I mean I've had hundreds and I just use low tack tape on top.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to see. Actually, what I'll do is swap that one for that one because the die is in the middle.
Yeah.
There you go. We've got 2 on there. I'll make sure that's covered. Right, so we've got 2 dies on here. I do like to experiment live on TV. Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Okay, you're going to do your handle trick.
Absolutely, of course I will.
So I've let go.
Am I the handle elf?
You are. Did you hear the
Go.
crunch?
I did actually that time. I was listening, I was.
There you go.
There we go.
So we've cut through. Whoops, caught that one.
Wow, just
All of
look at all
this.
those half
Look at
square
this.
triangles.
Hexagons as well.
And just look at
else have we
all of
got?
those perfect half square triangles with all of the dog ears cut off and a load of hexagons too.
Yeah, all in one pass. I know I've got a doily left over, but then what I do is refold this
Yeah.
and pass that through.
Yeah.
So I don't waste much fabric at all with this, and that was something when they first talked about cutting fabric with dies, I was a great skeptic, I'm going to be honest,
Okay.
because I thought I was going to be wasting lots of fabric. And you know what I'm like.
Sure.
And I thought, no, I can't do that because I will never use what I would if I was cutting. But actually, by the time I finished cutting a length of fabric like this, I have actually got more out of it than I would if I cut by hand.
Interesting, isn't
because
it?
I'm not keeping to trimming that straight edge.
Yeah.
And also, it's
Yes,
all
it's a good
accurate.
point. It's a good
all
yeah.
accurate.
Yeah, no missed cuts, so you're never
No.
going to throw the fabric away that's slightly too smaller.
Yeah.
Too small. The other thing, Susie, I always think, because I reckon that die cutting is about 90% fast. I mean, just think, 32 hexagons
Yeah.
in what, 10 seconds?
Yeah.
How many minutes, or would it take you an hour, maybe more, to cut those all out with
Absolutely.
scissors?
And I bet most of them won't be the same size.
Now, I think that if I use a bit more fabric to save 90% of my cutting time, I'm prepared for that cost.
Absolutely.
That's the cost of doing it 90% faster, which I'll take.
And more accurately.
which I'll take.
And that's the thing. And for me, it's being able to have a craft on the go that is accessible to everybody.
Yep.
Whatever their age, whatever their ability,
Yep.
they can do this.
Yeah,
If you're a
if you can't
school
stand
teacher,
to rotary
yeah,
cut,
yeah.
if you use a wheelchair or you can't
Yeah.
stand, it might have stopped you quilting.
Absolutely, but this will open that door again for you. If you've got, if you're using your summer holidays to prepare your classroom for a nursery, or you want a display for something, you've got a craft fair to go to. This is a great asset. You can take this and you can personalise them with the numeracy die
like that, yeah.
on the stand. So they haven't got to come back a week later to collect their item.
Sure.
You can do it there and then for them.
Yeah. I know we don't have it, but is there a Sizzix alphabet die?
Yes, there is, and we did have it previously, but
It's out of stock.
I think we're out of stock this
Got
time.
you. Oh, we'll get it back.
And they're the same size as the numbers. They're the 2-inch size, so it means you can mix and match those and fully personalise.
You're
so
investing
it's a great,
in the future, aren't you?
Absolutely, but you'll use it day in, day out for all of your crafting. Yeah.
They
definitely.
are absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
The engineering is superb. It's so smooth, it's so easy. Like I say, you could turn that handle with your little finger. So please don't think that you have to have lots of strength in your hands, wrists, shoulders, arms in order to turn that handle.
No, I think that's why they asked me to do it, because I haven't.
Well, it's great because it's all about the longevity of a craft, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And these machines are robust. They don't need an MOT. You've already said they don't need electricity, which for me ticks the complete box list, because I don't want to have to plug it in all the time. I want to be able to take it wherever. Sit in the garden.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Julie's asked, and we've had another message as well with something similar. Can I use the Big Shot dies to cut paper and cards? So these dies, these foam die. And also, can I use them to cut things like wadding and foam and that kind of thing?
Yeah. So
interfacing.
I've cut Bondaweb, Vilene, all the interfacings. Oilcloth, canvas, calico, leather, PU, the denim we've already seen, cottons, I've cut wool felt, acrylic felt.
Wow.
I don't have to back it either, which is another thing. If I'm using numbers, then I do, because then I can applique it straight onto the item. But all my papers for EPP, I no longer have to cut papers, which is phenomenal. I mean, I now have about 4,000 hexagon papers because I just get carried away and literally sit there with scraps of paper and cereal packets as well. When I want templates, I'm doing a quilt at the moment that has got some hand embroidered, but then appliqued onto the end of the quilt, and it needs a 4.5 inch surround. So I've used my 4.5 inch die to cut my template so that I can press directly round it.
Yeah.
So then
Fabulous.
Sometimes when you're doing a project, you can think outside the box, and these dies are so useful.
They are brilliant.
Useful.
They are brilliant.
Love them.
What I would say, there's a couple of things. I've got some messages to read as well. But what I would say is we've already sold nearly 40% of the stock. We've got so many of you with it in baskets. Lots of you are checking out. Normally, I'd be saying to you, look, you've got until midnight to check out your baskets on this, but we may well sell out before then. But here's a bigger danger. This is a machine which we're sharing with Hobbymaker, and where normally it would stay on our website available until midnight, and then the price would go back up or it might drop off altogether. Hobbymaker will probably take it back before then. So before the end of the day, this could be gone from our website. So if you want it, seriously want to get it, and you want to get it for $149.99, and it wouldn't normally say this, but it could easily disappear before the end of the day.
Yeah.
Want to say good morning to Anne and to Fran. Good morning, both. To Pam, she says good morning, gorgeous. Looking forward to seeing you on Thursday at Festival of Quilts. You're going to be there every day?
I am there every day, yeah.
Ian's message to say morning, Stuart. If yesterday was the last day of Christmas, does that make today Boxing Day?
I think so.
I think it's Blocking Day.
Oh, yeah.
Quilt Blocking Day.
Yeah.
And also Hillary says, morning, Stuart. Looking forward to seeing you on Thursday. Love, love, love Sizzix Big Dies. I met Suzie at Malvern. What a lovely lady.
Oh, thank you, Hillary.
See you Thursday at the show, Hillary. And also Jan says, morning, Stuart and Suzie.
Morning, everybody.
Right.
Shall we just show them how to release the handle?
Yes, please. Yep.
Yep. So there is a button
Release
on the top.
the handle.
We're going to release the handle, and press the button and it just pops off.
Right.
So no Allen key. And remember, on the reverse, we've got that super little bit of storage. So we just slot it in. And now when I turn it back
So
up,
easy.
It's all safe, nothing's sticking out. It's all super sleek. And I've got...
It's rather gorgeous, isn't it?
It's rather gorgeous. And your plates store in it, so I haven't got to find somewhere else for these either, which is phenomenal.
Clever.
Because we all work in a A4 size space, don't we?
We do. We do.
So, yeah.
Can I give you my top tip? When you're storing your dies, store them like books, not in a stack like a cake on their sides. Right?
I do
the same?
No, I do mine upside down in the machine.
Oh, you dies?
Oh, the dies,
The
yes.
dies,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I always
Not like
store,
that, like
no,
that.
I always store, because otherwise if you store them with gravity pushing them down, you're flattening the foam, so the pressure won't be the same. But I always store them with the labels, because they conveniently put the labels on the outside so I can read what they are.
So
and I'm even
organised.
more sad I put them in alphabetical order.
I love it. I love it. Brilliant.
We know
Something
what
you
I
can
like.
add to over time.
Sorry.
What an amazing start to our Quilt
It
Festival
is.
week. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Suzie.
Thank you very much.
We're seeing you in an hour.
You are, sorry.
Not at all, can't wait. And we've got the block keeper. Everybody needs a block keeper.
Absolutely.
But also in that pattern, 5 different patterns that you can use to create quilts. And our Hannah has been playing all morning, creating fabulous quilts. Look, I want to make that one on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
That
I
is
love the
fantastic.
chevron quilts. Yeah,
So
and I love
clever.
that one on the left.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I love those. Yeah, I chose these blocks because they were a great start point for a beginner.
Yep.
But also, they were some of my favourite blocks that I incorporate into designs a lot, and you can do an awful lot of mixing and matching with them as well.
The fab. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. But don't go anywhere, because after the break, I'm going to be launching Prince Charming Deja Vu from Tula Pink. It's already flying out. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
We have got our very own Quilt Festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly Rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own Quilt Festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Hi folks, with Festival of Quilts fast approaching, I just wanted to hop on to let you know that I'm doing things a little differently this year. Whilst you won't see me listed as an exhibitor, I'm lecturing, demoing and teaching at various spots around the show, so you'll certainly find me hanging out with SewingStreet. If you're attending the show on Thursday and arriving first thing, then please feel free to join John Scott and I in Theatre CS1, where I'll be sharing all the unsung benefits of ruler quilting. This lecture is free of charge, but you do need to register. And as it's just 30 minutes long, it could be the perfect way to start your day at this amazing event. Hope to see you there.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Are you going to the Festival of Quilts this year? Well, if you happen to be there on Friday the 31st of July at 9:30, I'd love you to join me, Debbie Shaw, for half an hour of sewing chat, and that's hosted by the wonderful Mr. John Scott. We'll be having a talk about my sewing journey, how I started sewing all the way through to becoming a needlecraft author, working in television, and all of the interesting people that I've met along the way. And do feel free to join in the chat and ask any questions that you like. Any visitor with a ticket to Festival of Quilts can sign up for the talk, and it's free to book in the theatre. So I hope to see you there.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here. If you're visiting the Festival of Quilts this year and you're coming on the Saturday, I would love it if you could join me for my talk at 9:30 in the Concourse Theatre. It's called Behind the Seams, and I'm going to be giving you a very humorous look at my sewing life and journey, TV, books, all that stuff, the sewing bee as well, and tell you all the inside stuff. Now the talk is completely free, it doesn't cost a penny, but you do need to book your ticket in advance. So go to the website www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and book your tickets for Behind the Seams with Stuart Hillard on Saturday. See you there.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Fabulous to have your company here today. I just wanted, before we look at Tula Pink, so many of you have your baskets filled with the Sizzix Big Shot Plus. It's brand new for us today. It is an incredible machine. It's the Big Shot Plus. Wider, great capability. The handle will come off, it stores underneath. You can use it left or right-handed. You get all your plates. I know it says machine only, but the machine includes the plates. I don't want you to think you don't get your plates. You get all your plates for cutting fabric and for cutting paper. So you get all of that. You then have the option of having a look on our website and seeing what Sizzix dies we have. They're all 20% off if you buy 2 or more. So it's a great reason to buy. My top tip would be the half square triangle and the compatible 4-inch finished square. They go together beautifully. But get your machine today. There's a real possibility that the producer from Hobbymaker will take this off of us and off our website before the end of the day. Normally I'd say you'd got till midnight, but I'm not certain. Hi, how do I find the Bigz dies not shown in the last hour? Thanks, Pam from the Isle of Wight. They're all on today's show. So if you go to today's show on the website, go through to the website, click on Watch Live, and then on today's show deals. If you click on that side, all of the dies will be there. They're all there. All right. But just, I would encourage you, there's nearly 30 of you with the machine in your basket, which is most of the stock that we've got left. And if the producer from Hobbymaker comes along and takes that machine off us before the day, they will just disappear from your baskets. I don't like saying that, but I've never ever said it before in 5 years, but it's a fact. It could well happen. All right, shall we talk Tula Pink? This is a new old collection from Tula Pink. Tula Pink has been designing fabric for a good while now, but lots of us took a few years before we discovered her. Not an issue, she's bringing out loads of new ranges, but some of her most iconic fabrics are some of her earliest. And they're available from collectors, but the price is through the roof. Through the roof. they've actually become collectibles. So what Tula's done is she said, you know, some of those early collections I'm going to reissue in small, but I'm not going to devalue what came out in the past. I'm going to do a new colourway. So this is something new that's also old. Prince Charming came out in 2011. It was the first Tula Pink collection that I ever saw. It features that fabulous frog, which I will show you right here. Oh, I'm working with children. Look, the iconic frog. And I remember seeing this and thinking, this designer is a genius. She hides things in her fabric. How cool is this? Anyway, I'll show you the mega bundle. What's really cool about this mega bundle is it's only 8 fabrics. And that's not because we haven't bought the whole collection. We have. It's just 8 fabrics, okay? Which means that it's a really affordable mega bundle. Let me show you. You're getting half a metre for free. Everyone who's already checked out their baskets, you are saving half a metre. This fabric by the half metre, by the way, is in single figures now. Before I finish showing you all of these, this will have sold out. That will be the only way to get it. So you get your raindrops, you get your Prince Charming himself. I'll show you all of these individually in a second. You get your little 3-dimensional cubes inside the hexie. That is fabulous. Love this. This is one of Tula's absolutely iconic ombre rainbow fabrics. It is super cool. You've got little fronds, little seed heads. You've also got these really cool geometric spherical designs. There's another fabric coming up in a second which echoes that. Absolutely beautiful. Hannah, how many mega bundles did we start with, please? Right, okay, I need to let you know that over a quarter of our stock's gone. Okay, already. Here's the next one. How cool is this? We can't get any more of this, by the way. When this is gone, it's gone. And it's taken 15 years for Tula to bring this collection back. So this next one's my absolute favourite from the whole collection. How beautiful. Can you see they are snails? Can you see the snail and the shell? Aren't they clever? There's the head and the ears, there's the shell, and there's the little tail. Dan, our director, still can't see it. You're meant to be a visual person. Yeah. But look at the colour. I'm going to hold this up so you can see what your half metre looks like. Look at that. I mean, that is incredible, isn't it? That is my favourite. I love it. Loads and loads more of you now joining the party and putting this into your basket, which means there are now fewer and fewer opportunities to get this home. All right. You've also got this, again, wait till you see all the hidden elements, the silhouettes, the sea turtle here, the butterflies, the raindrops, isn't it cool? Isn't it cool? This may surprise no one, I don't know, but Tula's early career was actually spent designing album covers for rock bands. Isn't that a cool start? Love that. Tula then became an in-house designer for Moda. So her fabric designs were getting out there, but under the Moda label. How beautiful is that? And again, it's that ombre rainbow across the fabric. Divine, isn't it? Absolutely divine. That's 60% of my stock is gone and checked out. If you all check out your baskets, I've got about 5 of these bundles left. About 5 bundles. Now, isn't it a wonderful thing when you can buy an entire fabric collection for under £63? It's very special. This is Tula Pink, but this is from her early work, which now commands really high prices. There are lots of collectors of Tula Pink fabric. In fact, Tula Pink herself archives bulk collections because she knows that people will want it. And we always say, don't we, on SewingStreet, this is the only time we'll see it, we can't get this again, and it's the truth. Collections are printed once. It frustrates nobody more than designers. We'd love our collections to be available for years to come. But this doesn't devalue that early collection. This is a whole new colourway. This aqua, this pink was never available in 2011. So this is something completely unique. Now, isn't it obvious to use true colours, to use Tula Pink's pom-poms, to use Tula Pink's stripes with these fabrics, solids, blenders, batiks, scraps. And it doesn't have to be Tula Pink scraps. If you've got some gorgeous, bright batiks or solids or tone-on-tones, they will work and you can create a whole beautiful project. Now, just to give you a little bit of inspiration while you check out your baskets, we found a few quilt patterns that use this Prince Charming Deja Vu. Now, we don't have the patterns for these and I don't know where you can get them from, but this just gives you an idea of how. Now, this is just using the 8 fabrics from Prince Charming Deja Vu. That is a championship winning quilt, right? Beautiful. I love how the circles and half circles have been used for the border. What about these? Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. I mean, that quilt on the right is a feature square with a frame around it and then squares around that. That's it. But what a spectacular looking quilt. You could use your true colours or some solids or some batiks. Tula Pink has her own solids, but you could use our Rose and Hubble. Now, we are down to our last 3 bundles when you've all checked out. 3 bundles left. We're going to do them by the half metre. If we've got anything left. We'll start with Raindrops. Oh, this is... Oh, no! Look! It's sold out. Still available in the mega bundle, but you don't have many chances left. We won't get this again. Next one, my favourite. Very, very limited. Absolutely stunning. I'll pop my hands there so you can get a sense of the scale. This would be amazing as a border on a quilt. You could almost do a whole cloth quilt using this and just quilt it. I've got 3.5 metres left. 3 metres left now. This will sell out any second. If you're really quick, you might be able to get the last couple of metres. Right, Prince Charming next, the main man. This was actually also done as a backing fabric. There was one big print that was for backing quilts. Isn't that beautiful? This would look incredible done as a kaleidoscope, an absolute, or fussy cutting. There are so many different ways that you could fussy cut, so many incredible details here. I've got 7 metres left of this fabric. This would also make an incredible border. Cut this as a single layer. Don't try and cut this on the fold if you want to cut everything accurately. But I mean, look at that for a border to go around a quilt. I mean, really, however you cut that, even if you cut it narrower, how cool is that? 6 metres left. 6 metres left of that one. Can I do this one next, please? Love it. Love that. I think that would make an incredibly cool shirt. Or a bag. Tula Pink fabrics are brilliant for bag making. I want to throw in some black and white stripe with this, for sure. Or some black solid, some white solid. It's wonderful, isn't it? And I'll just pop it here so you can see if you were to use that for a shirt, something like that. That's the sort of scale. Isn't that lovely? Really cool. A toga, perhaps. A toga. Not a lot of that left, around about 10 metres of that one left. Right, next one. This incredible silhouette, fantasy kind of, it's almost like a fairy tale kind of fabric with that beautiful jade emerald green. This collection would work really, really well combined with grey work. If you've got grey work, I have some grey work on the show today. Amazing. Love all the little rainbow butterflies and raindrops too. This could really sort of influence the other fabrics that you put with it. Next up, very cool fabric. Another one I think that would be great for shirt making, dressmaking. Yeah. This is a fabric I would regard as a striped fabric, but also a polka dot fabric or a geometric. It could be used in many ways within a quilt. I always like to have fabrics in a quilt that have a stripe element to them. It adds movement and definition, but I also like to use fabrics that have a spotty element or polka dot element, and this does both. Beautiful, isn't it? And if I just show you the full width, so you can just see how it kind of plays. Two more fabrics. Remember, this is just an 8-piece collection. So you're not having to spend a small fortune buying 28 different fabrics or 32 different fabrics. This is lovely. Again, this has that ombre or rainbow shading, so different shades of the same colour, but then it's shading through the rainbow, and just beautiful images there as well. Kind of organic, but also geometric. Tula is an amazing designer, is she not? She's also incredibly creative, kind, a very interesting person as well. She's brilliant, brilliant, great fun. Amazing quilter as well. I don't think that's recognised enough. She is a quilter. Her mum owned a quilt shop, so she was brought up around quilting. And she makes some fabulous, fabulous quilts. She's an amazing appliquer, incredible piecer, hand piecer as well as machine. Angela Walters tends to do her quilting. Waters, sorry, not Walters. Angela Waters does her quilting, and she's amazing. So those are the 8 fabrics. Now, can we just show the mega bundle again, please? Thank you. Because we can't do all of these fabrics by the half metre anymore. We've sold out of the raindrops. I think we're close to selling out of the snails. That has sold out as well. So these last 2 fabrics here have sold out completely, individually. That's your full collection. £62.93. Oversubscribed. It's oversubscribed. So this will sell out. We won't be able to do it again. We can't remake the bundle. We can't buy any more of it in. So it's one chance. But this is our festival week, our Quilt Festival week. So we've got amazing products, amazing deals, great opportunities, 9 days. Love that. Right. Should we talk about a few coordinates? Yeah. Stripes, I think, first. I've got a bundle. This is Tula Pink Stripes. And we've got 7 different options here. Some really fabulous options here. These are the go in your stash. They're ready when you need them. Mix and match with different collections. They're all using iconic Tula Pink colours. The design is called Tent Stripe, and you're saving £5. You get 3.5 metres in total for £57.93. The stripes all go the same way on the fabric, by the way. The image on the web makes it look like they go in different directions, but look, they all go vertically selvage to selvage, okay? They're all the same scale. It's just, you know, adding stripes to your... There's obvious places to put stripes. Things like borders, bindings, sashing. And if you use a stripe in any of those places, your fabric suddenly does twice as much work as just a regular patterned fabric. It creates extra movement, extra interest. But also think about using them if you were making something, say, like a Puss in the Corner block, where you've just, or a, you know, expanded 9 patch, where you've got kind of 4 small squares in the corner, a large square in the centre, and then rectangles going around, rather than just a 9 patch of 9 squares. Make sense? Using a stripe in those long rectangles that cuts this away, will suddenly make that block more complex, more interesting visually. You could use one of these fabrics in the centre, maybe the stripes in the side, and maybe a true colour in the corners. Suddenly you've got this interesting, more complex block. It's really just a 9 patch. It's all about the fabrics that you use. Lots in baskets. I love the fact that we've got that two-tone grey in there. This is delicious. These also, Tula Pink fabrics, play very, very nicely with a few other designers in particular. Anna Maria plays very nicely with Anna Maria. K Facet, any of the K Facet collective designers, Brandon or Philip, plays very nicely. Now, lots of you have already checked out your baskets, but this is Quilt Festival week, where we're dropping in extra little savings. Oh, Hannah. Loads of people have already checked out on this. You've just saved yourself an extra tenner. Wow. Wow, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. So for a shade over £50, you're getting 7.5 metres of Tula Pink tent stripe. Yep. Oh, beautifully. Look, I'm going to grab, look, so something like this, okay, and then something like this. I'll show you. Look, I mean, look, instantly, how gorgeous does that look? Beautiful. Now, you've saved a tenner on your bundle, so why not use that money to get yourself a half metre of this, make yourself a gorgeous bag? Or 3. Purses, you know, it could be pillows, it could be quilt blocks. It's such a versatile fabric when you use a stripe. If I open this out more turquoise, so if I put that, this is still going to look amazing. If I turn it around, it's still going to look amazing. But let me grab a different stripe and we'll give you a totally different look. It brings out different colours in the feature fabric. So this is, again, another tent stripe. Let me just... a purse, a bag, a tote, even a simple tote bag. And if I flip this around, you will suddenly see how these turquoises now really pop. It's Awesome, isn't it? I've only got 5 of the tent stripe bundles left. Do check out your baskets or you'll miss out. These stripes would also work well with any previous collections. If you've got grey work. Now, when I worked with grey work, I wanted to inject a little bit more colour. These stripes are the perfect way to do it. You're making a £10 saving. That's more than half a metre for free. And remember, this is just a 7-piece bundle. So you're getting 7 half metres, but you're saving a whole £10, £7.56 a half metre in that bundle, and it's so usable. I was showing a simple kaleidoscope using 4 squares the other day. You can do that with a stripe, and when you sew the stripes together, just turn the blocks as you go. Again, it's only a 4 patch, but you've got this really incredibly complex looking block. Loads more of you have checked out on this. Last couple of chances. Hannah has very cheekily taken £10 off the bundle price. Thank you, Hannah. Now, can we do grey work, please? And then I'll come back. I've got spots as well. I've got pom-poms. I've got spots. That sounds wrong. Right, here we go. These are half metres. This is grey work. It features lots of lovely rainbow colours, but predominantly this beautiful grey base, kind of ash through smoke to almost black. You've got these fabulous sea lions there, little pyramids. You've got that pom-pom. You've got some mini polka dots, more little sea lions on black there. The collection essentially comes in 2 colourways, a sort of light grey and a dark grey to black. And we've got a really great selection there of all of those different fabrics. Aren't they beautiful? Do you see, though, here where if you, gorgeous, add a bit of colour, pow, absolute pow. If you got this and this, you'd be saving $18.99 and you'd have everything there to make an absolutely out of this world queen size quilt. And all the hard work's done for you, all the putting together of the colours and the patterns, it's been done for you. You can get straight in there and start cutting and playing. £80.91 for that whole, I mean, that's a lot of fabric there. And interestingly, I was sorting through my grey work fabric the other day. All of these fabrics, the polka dots, the spots, the stripe, these are the ones which I will use again and again and again. Fabrics like this, by their very nature, end up being the sort of the star of the quilt because they are feature fabrics. These I will use, but these I will wish I'd got 5 metres of each. These are your bread and butter. You will use them again and again. Don't forget, our big star this hour is the brand new reimagined 2011 collection, Prince Charming. Reimagined in a brand new colourway. That's why there are only 8 fabrics in the whole collection, because it's the whole design collection, but reimagined in a new colourway for 2026. It is this beautiful turquoise with pink, featuring the Prince Charming himself, the frog, before he gets turned into a prince. You've got this beautiful hexagon print, you've got fronds, little geometrics, you've got a kind of fantasy fairy tale print. I adore this one. You've got the raindrops sold out on its own, the snails sold out on its own, and the fronds on a dark charcoal background. It's absolutely beautiful. But I'm down to single figures. £62.93. I can't remember the last time I had a mega bundle of a whole collection that was under £100. This is £62.93. It's amazing. Amazing. You're still saving half a metre. Normally, we might have a mega bundle that's 18 pieces or 20, and you save half a metre. The fact that you're still getting that ½ metre saving when it's only 8 fabrics, that's actually getting 12.5% of the collection free, aren't you? And it's brand new. Amazing. You know, if a shop does like a 10% bank holiday special, it's like, wow, that's fantastic. It is fantastic. Well, we routinely just take 12.5% off a price just because, hey, it's new. There we go. It's a great opportunity. More checking out as I speak. Well done. Very, very, very low single figures left now. These are sold out. You cannot buy these again. Grab this opportunity, won't you? Now, I mentioned pom-poms. This is Tula Pink's version of a mega polka dot. I'm thrilled to see there's a black and white in this bundle. $62.93. Or is it? These also correspond with the colours from the tent stripes as well. We've got a few extra colours in here that we don't have in our tent stripe bundle. The black and white, for example. This is our remaining stock. But I just want to show you, look, for example. And these are from the tent stripe bundle that we've got. So if you wanted to get both, they would mix and match very happily. So iconic, so stylish. Love the pink and red together. Now that is a very classic K-facet combination. Bright pink and bright red together. So if you love K-facet fabrics, he does some coordinates to go, but I think often there is a lack of breathing space. When you get a new collection from K, it tends to be all the feature fabrics, all the busy prints, which are amazing. As a designer, I want and need a bit of calm space. But of course, you don't want to put beige, for example. I love using beige and tan and cream with my fabrics, but with Kaffe, I want a bright, busy space. Does that make sense? These are perfect for that. Absolutely perfect. I've only got 2 of these bundles left. These would go brilliantly with the tent stripes. I'm going to leave these just here so you can just kind of see them. All right. But look, here are the tent stripes. I've only got 4 of these bundles left now. 7 different fabrics, ½ metre of each. You're saving £10. It is such a good deal. I don't want you to miss out on such a good deal. Hannah's obviously feeling in a very generous mood today. It's our very special Quilt Festival. It's 9 days. It's not even a week. It's 9 days. It ends next Tuesday. Fab, aren't they? It's oversubscribed. It's oversubscribed. And although I might do this with the same fabric, but you could, do you see what I mean? Like if you add that around I don't have a solid here. Well, you can see the table. But I would create that block with striped fabric. I mean, how cool is that? It's literally only 5 pieces of fabric, and that would make an amazing quilt. But only because they're stripes. If they weren't stripy fabrics, it wouldn't look so amazing. You're getting that amazing effect because it's a stripe. So although sometimes people say, oh, I'm a bit put off stripes because they're directional, I say, listen, directional fabrics are the greatest gift to any of us as designers. You know, we're all designers. Every time we make a quilt or a bag or a piece of clothing, we are designing how and where we use our fabric. And a directional fabric like a stripe is an absolute gift. Imagine using a stripe on a shirt. The cuff, with those stripes going one way or the other way, is a design choice we make. It adds extra to the outfit, And we do it, and we don't even acknowledge that we're making a design decision there, but it's such a cool fabric to use. Right, okay, I'm going to pop that to one side. I'm actually going to grab our early bird from today because it is a brilliant deal. You might have missed our early bird today, but this is the block organizer, or the quilt block organizer. It comes in a box like this with lid. It's the quilt block row markers. You get 144 pieces in the pack, and they come in sets of 12. They're all in different colours. Okay, so in yellow you get row 1, block 1, row 1, block 2, block 3, block 4, all the way up to block 12. What you then do is you use a pin to pin through here into your block and out the other side. That, on your finished block, when you've laid all your blocks out, you pin this on, and then literally you can just stack all of your blocks together. You can't get muddled up. You sew block 1 to block 2, block 2 to block 3. You can't go wrong. Do you hear me? And then you could do row 2, 3, 4. You can also use these for individual blocks as well, because if you think about it, even a simple 9 patch has got 3 rows in it. It's got row 1, row 2, and row 3. Okay, so actually, if you were having to organise, say for example it was quite a complex block, you could pin these to your 9 units and then again stack them up, take them to your machine. I'm always saying, aren't I, when I sew my blocks together, I have it laid out next to the sewing machine and I pick up one patch and I sew that and I put it back, because I know otherwise I'll get muddled up, I will twist and turn my units, and I do not want to have to unpick anything. We're not staying at $19.99. This is our early bird, and this is why hundreds of you have already bought this today. Half price, better than half price. That's another tenner off. So if you buy this and our 10-stripe bundle, you've saved £20. Hannah, amazing. Hannah's just taking £10 off everything, it seems. Hundreds of you have bought this today. I don't have hundreds left, okay? I don't have hundreds left. The regular price for this is $19.99. It is a beautiful quality. These are double-sided, and these are, I mean, they're plastic. They're not made of card. They're not going to wear out. This is a kind of, if you don't lose, this is a lifetime purchase, I think, isn't it? Yeah? You're going to buy these once and just keep using them. Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's like years and years and years, I hope. Keep them in the box. You know, I have used all kinds of things over the years. Scraps of paper, post-it notes, pins. Sometimes I've even done like 1 pin for block 1, 2 pins for block 2. Honestly, these are good to go. Straight back in the box and the lid on. Such a useful thing. And you get 144 pieces. That means 144 blocks in your quilt, which is about as many blocks as I've ever put into a quilt. All right, keep going through for that. Now, talking of the last hour, the Sizzix Big Shot. We launched this brand new machine in our first hour with Suzie Duncan. This is from Sizzix. It's the Big Shot Plus. It's the redesign. You get your machine, you get all of your plates, which includes plates for cutting fabric and for cutting paper and your base plate. So you don't need to buy further plates. The handle detaches. There's a little button, you put it in and you click it into place. You can wind forwards, you can wind backwards, it cuts the same. You can use your right hand or your left hand. You need about the strength of your little finger to turn that handle. And when you store the machine, the handle comes off and there is actually a place inside on the base that handle clicks into so that you can store that, nothing sticking out to get caught on anything. Now, we launched this morning. Nearly half of our stock's gone. The remainder of our stock is in baskets. I would normally be saying to you that you've got till midnight tonight to check out or until we sell out. We could well end up not selling out before midnight, but losing this machine, having it taken off us by Hobbymaker, because we are sharing this stock with Hobbymaker. And if they take it away from us, then it will disappear from our website, the price crash will go, and it'll disappear from your basket. I've never had to say this before in 5 years on SewingStreet, but this is a real possibility with this machine because we're sharing this with another channel, the same stock. So this is really your chance if you're serious about this, and if you're serious about maybe doing your cutting 90% faster than using scissors or a rotary cutter. If you're interested and serious about cutting really truly accurately, 8 layers of fabric at a time, everything coming out exactly perfectly sized and shaped. You can cut sitting down. No electricity required. You can take this out in the garden, to the caravan, in a hotel room, wherever you want to cut, standing up or sitting down. And if you've got manual dexterity issues, hands, wrists, shoulders, neck, and you find things like scissor cutting or rotary cutting painful or impossible, you might even have had to give up patchwork and quilting because it just got too painful, then I would urge you to try rotary cutting because it is minimal effort for maximum results, accurate, perfect, multiple layers. We've also got lots of dies on our website that are compatible with your Sizzix machine and lots more available out there. So do have a look, do your research, and if you think this will work for you, do check out your basket, but please, again, don't hang about because I don't want to see any of you lose out because Hobbymaker have taken back their stock. 4-way split pay as well, by the way. 4-way split pay. So $149.99 is your full price, but you can get this home for $37.49 today. 0 interest as well. You don't pay a penny more. No credit check. No form to fill in. You don't even have to ring the call centre. It's a box you tick, and this gets sent out. $4.95 postage, but that is postage for the entire day. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. It doesn't matter what else you buy. You might be buying a Brother FS250 today. You could get that machine, this, fabric, all of it delivered to your door for $4.95. It's our Quilt Festival week here on SewingStreet. We are celebrating all things quilty for 9 days. Loads of fabulous deals, loads of fabulous launches and products, including our wonderful brand new Tula Pink Deja Vu collection. This is an iconic range from 2011, one of Tula's earliest quilt collections that came out before most of the world knew about Tula Pink. So people who discovered her early managed to get their hands on Prince Charming. Everybody since has wanted to, oh, that came out wrong, hello. Prince Charming came out in 2011 and people got their hands on him. That sounds completely wrong. On the collection, thank you, honestly. But this is a new colourway. This colourway was never available in 2011. Now, there are 19 of you with this bundle in your baskets. I have low single figures left. Low single figures left. If you want this, grab it now. Right, I've got some stripes by the ½ metre. May I pick a couple? Well, I'm going to start with a pom-pom and a stripe because this is so useful. Both of these colours are so useful. Stripes, Very limited though. By the half metre, I've got 2 metres left. £8.99 a half metre. Cut to order if you want all of it. 4 units, all in one piece, and that will come to you. Right, pom-poms in light grey. Love this. This would be lovely for dressmaking. A quilt border. This would also make a really lovely, calm, negative space for piecing, for a plique, or even maybe something like a border or sashing as well. But it's just more visually interesting than using a plain, perhaps. It's a good resource to have in your stash. If you're a bag maker, if you've used beautiful Tula pink on the outside, this would be a lovely calm light lining, which is still in keeping with Tula. Now, let's go a little brighter, still that tent stripe. Gorgeous kind of candy floss, bubble gum. This is called Poppy, is the official name. But I've never let official names put me off giving something my own name. I think this would be lovely for dressmaking, actually. I think it would make an absolutely beautiful shirt. I don't suit, do you know, I say I don't suit pink, but actually that, I think I could. What do you think? Or a beach bag. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. That'd be lovely. That would be lovely. About 12 metres of that one left. These are the sort of amounts of fabric that would last a quilt shop a year or more, and that we would sell in 10 minutes. So if you want any of these, don't hang about. Love that fine stripe. Beautiful, isn't it? Great colour, called Sunrise. I love pinstripe. I love a pinstripe. Tiny stripes. Tiny, tiny stripes. Oh, now this next colour I love. It's delicious. It's like a sort of aubergine with pink. Isn't that beautiful? You see, this would work really, really well with, do you see? This would work so well. Look at that. And that is delicious, isn't it? That's your stripe. Again, cut to order, £8.99. And these are all in Tula Pink's colours as well. So if you want things that will go with your Tula stash, you can buy these with confidence. This is beautiful. Oh, I've got some of this in my own stash. I love that kind of pop of neon. Can you see? So what you've got here is it's the lilac is the fabric, is the printed fabric, and then you've got that overprint of that fluorescent pink. But because it's such a fine stripe, it doesn't really look fluorescent until you get really close up, and then it's almost like a little laser beam. Now, one more stripe, gorgeous colour this. This colour would go in really, really well with the Déjà Vu. Beautiful, beautiful, calming, cooling. Lovely that, isn't it? You see that as a pocket on a bag, maybe just a binding, just a wide binding on a pocket, on quite a plain bag, just have that as a feature. Gorgeous. Another spot. Now, I have mentioned already, Tula Pink plays very, very nicely with lots of other designers. And something like this is really quite soft and gentle. I could imagine this mixing really well with, for example, a Liberty fabric. Now you might think, oh, Stuart, really? Would it? Would it? I actually think that is a really, really pretty combination. This is from Liberty Everlasting. Now, I think it's quite easy to fall into the trap of thinking, no, like K-facet fabric, you've very much, that is, you know, a very, very strong look. And it is a very strong look. Therefore, it will not mix with others. But actually, things like Tula Pink True Colours, her tent stripes, her pom-poms, these mini dots, the tiny stripes, they are so versatile. I do think sometimes it's quite, I find myself doing it too. I kind of switch off of a particular designer because I think, no, I don't like the main prints that they do, for example. And I sometimes ignore some of their other prints, which actually are worth their weight in gold. Worth their weight in gold. Lots and lots in baskets. Interesting. I love playing with fabric. I also love getting messages, and I haven't had a single message this hour. Where are you? Well, I'm missing you. Where are you? Right, spots. Look, this makes me very happy. I've got some brights, but look, I've got black on grey and I've got black on white. Let's do this one first. Again, this is the kind of thing I want meters of this, not just half a metre. I want meters of this. This again, if you wanted to do a plique in gorgeous, bright, fluorescent, acid pops of colour, this would be your background, 100%. This is called Carbon. Carbon. I've also got the white background with the black spot. Again, just so classy. Beautiful. You see, you could use that and just make yourself a lovely kind of scarf, or, you know what I mean, like pocket square, or, you know, something, a simple accessory. It would make a really lovely smart bag as well. You've only got 6 meters of that one left now. These are staples. This one and this one, 2-3 meters of each, definitely earn their place in your stash. Oh, sorry. Let's give you the details. £8.99 per half metre. Oh, it's this one. This one is really low stock now. Really low stock, this one. If you want that one, be quick. Ah, thank you, Fran. She says, testing. You're there. Thank you, my love. Sue says, sorry, Stuart. No, Hannah, no. Hannah's saying to me, no, people are focused on checking out. No, Sue's messaged in. She's nursing a hangover. She had a big birthday. Oh, it was your big birthday. Happy birthday for yesterday, my love. Glad your soothing voice is on my screen today. Oh, I won't shout too loud then, Sue. Sue. Well done, happy birthday. Love that. Right, next one, let's do a little fluoro pop. I've got 2 kind of fluoro. Oh, let's do this. Look, how gorgeous is that? Use a lot, use a little. Take the lights down, would it? Turn the lights off. Do it. It doesn't glow in the dark. It doesn't. But just for fun, don't adjust your TV sets. Dan's chickened out. I thought for Sue, to be fair, you know, get rid of the glaring light so she can have a quick nap. Oh, I hope you had a fabulous time. It sounds like you did. Right, next up, we've got this incredible kind of peachy orange. Love that. Isn't that gorgeous? You have to see fabrics kind of in the flesh, don't you? Oh, wow, that's lovely, Sue. She says, I got a message, a birthday message from Jason Yenter himself. I'm now completely starstruck. Oh, Sue, that's fab. That's lovely. Tula, is it? No, not Tula. No, from Dragon's Den. Tuka Suleiman liked one of my posts yesterday, and I was all giddy and all, oh, it's cute. It's cute. Love it. Right, that's that one. Next up, beautiful, like a charcoal background. Oh, now hang on. Look. Here's your new collection, Deja Vu. Right. Hello. Look at that. How perfect is that? I'll give you the details for that in a sec. It's like Tula new. If you have already bought any of the fabrics in the Tula Pink Deja Vu Prince Charming, I would recommend you get yourself a 1/2 metre or a metre of this, because it goes so perfectly. I mean, it couldn't go more perfectly. I think that's just, I mean, it's not from the range, but, you know, if that had been in the range, it'd have been like, oh, yes, of course, that's it. Yeah, so grab yourself a piece while we've got it. £8.99 a 1/2 metre, cut to order. Right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we're going to be keeping blocks, we're going to be inspiring quilts, and we'll be getting all kinds of hints and tips from the fabulous Suzie Duncan after this.
Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here. If you're visiting the Festival of Quilts this year and you're coming on the Saturday, I would love it if you could join me for my talk at 9:30 in the Concourse Theatre. It's called Behind the Seams, and I'm going to be giving you a very humorous look at my sewing life and journey, TV, books, all that stuff, the sewing bee as well, and tell you all the inside stuff. Now, the talk is completely free. It doesn't cost a penny, but you do need to book your ticket in advance. So go to the website www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and book your tickets for Behind the Seams with Stuart Hillard on Saturday. See you there.
Are you going to the Festival of Quilts this year? Well, if you happen to be there on Friday the 31st of July at 9:30, I'd love you to join me, Debbie Shaw, for half an hour of sewing chat, and that's hosted by the wonderful Mr. John Scott. We'll be having a talk about my sewing journey, how I started sewing all the way through to becoming a needlecraft author, working in television, and all of the interesting people that I've met along the way. And do feel free to join in the chat and ask any questions that you like. Any visitor with a ticket to Festival of Quilts can sign up for the talk, and it's free to book in the theatre. So I hope to see you there.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hi folks, with Festival of Quilts fast approaching, I just wanted to hop on to let you know that I'm doing things a little differently this year. Whilst you won't see me listed as an exhibitor, I'm lecturing, demoing and teaching at various spots around the show, so you'll certainly find me hanging out with SewingStreet. If you're attending the show on Thursday and arriving first thing, then please feel free to join John Scott and I in Theatre CS1, where I'll be sharing all the unsung benefits of ruler quilting. This lecture is free of charge, but you do need to register, and as it's just 30 minutes long, it could be the perfect way to start your day at this amazing event. Hope to see you there.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
We have got our very own Quilt Festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own Quilt Festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
I feel like one of those kind of, sitting at my ledger or about to read a story. Are you sitting comfortably?
Jack and Ori.
Then I'll begin. Once upon a time, there was a quilt designer called Suzie Duncan, everyone. Hello. Suzie, you've already set the world on fire this morning with your Sizzix.
I know, get me.
Yeah, big shot, you.
Yeah.
We're loving the Sizzix Big Shot Plus today, but also huge love for the Block Keeper from Suzie Duncan. Now, this is an essential. This is going to be, so first of all, Block Keeper in itself, like a book, with pages made from wadding, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And the point of it is to keep our blocks flat and organised. It might be the pieces for a block, because cotton sticks to cotton. And you can keep your blocks safe and secure while you're building up your quilt, but also so much more useful than that. Susie's pattern's brilliant. So you've got your full instructions for making your Block Keeper, double-sided, and you can feature a different block on each side. But also within the pattern, as well as making that, you've got 5 different, completely unique quilt blocks and how to make them. So here's the thing. We've got a Block Keeper pattern. We've also got these 5 blocks. But look what happens if you take one of those blocks and decide to make more of them. We've got a quilt. We can add sashing. We've got 2 quilts, we've got 3 quilts, we've got 4 quilts, we've got 5 different quilts, 1 block in each. But what about if we combine 2 blocks, put together. So we've already got 5 different quilts. But we can also combine, on the left there, combining 2 blocks together, we can make table runners, we can make cushions. So actually, whether you're at the beginning of your quilting journey, just starting, what about making a sampler quilt like this? I mean, I love that centre with the blocks either side. Suzie, isn't that clever?
I know, I love a chevron.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, love a chevron.
Absolutely gorgeous. So many possibilities within one pattern. For $9.99, let's give you the graphics. For $9.99, you've got your block keeper, but you've also got those 5 blocks. You can make more than 5 different quilts using those quilt blocks. Set them on point, add sashing, add pieced sashing. And once you start combining blocks, well, the world is your oyster.
Absolutely.
The value is incredible. And as you're making those blocks, of course, keep them in your block keeper.
Yep. Or if you go to classes, or you go to a group, or you're going to whatever you call it.
Like you sit
Crop.
and sew.
Yeah, sit and sews, camping, holiday, any of those. If you're hand quilting.
Yes.
Or doing a quilt as you go, this is the perfect way to transport your blocks without them being lost, pieces going awry. And you can add pages.
Yeah.
There's no finite size to it. I've just got 2 pages in there, but if you want to put more and more, just keep stacking them in.
Brilliant.
And they don't have to be that size. You can have smaller pages if you want to. If you're doing EPP, for example, then that will hold that in there as well.
Yeah, you could even have some like half-size pages.
Absolutely.
And also remember, if you are making your block, if you're a bit like me and get easily distracted and lost when you're piecing,
I'd never say that.
you could lay out all of your patches for your block. Because it's wadding and cotton sticks to cotton, they will stay there. You can close your book up, take it home from your class, get home, open it up and start piecing.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's a really clever project.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've got about 10 of them now.
Oh, really?
Because I do use them a lot. As you know, we have a lot of things on the go at once. So I can keep going and piecing things without losing bits or having to try and get it back into a box and then have to press it again because I've...
it keeps everything nice and flat.
Absolutely.
There's nearly 50 of you with the pattern in your basket. Pattern alone, $9.99. Now, of course, you've got your block keeper. You've got 5 different blocks which are compatible that you can mix and match to make it unique. So actually, you could make 5 different block keepers if you use the same block front and back. You could do 5 different versions, but you can mix and match. But equally, each of those blocks could be used to make a quilt. Now, it might be set block to block. You might put sashing between your blocks. You might put a stripy sashing or pieced sashing.
Exactly. Yeah, or use part of the block to extend an extra border. You might want to use the blocks just for a placemat.
Oh, yeah.
A single block would make you a fabulous placemat. So if you want
incredibly generous pattern.
Quick and easy, you know, Christmas placemats, for example, then that's a great one. Or the side, if you want to practice your free motion quilting, just do a block. Put the wadding on the back, and you know, off you go. And then at a later date, use that as a quilt as you go panel for
something else. It's a really nice idea. Actually, you could make one of these and keep your quilting samples in it, couldn't you? So you've got a record of your quilting progress. It's a brilliant, brilliant project. To get that whole pattern, $9.99. Physical instructions, $9.99. Everything's broken down. I love the fact that you've used these like bold colours to be able to show the placement of light and dark, but equally experiment with that.
Yes, absolutely. I deliberately chose completely random, but as you said, tonal colours, so you could see a pattern emerging. But it's much better to, when you've got your blocks made, lay them out and view them from above. Don't look at them, you know, at an angle. Take a photo, put them on the floor is the best thing if you can, or if you're able to, stand on a chair above your desk. But take a photo as well, because sometimes you see it differently when you look at
really
it on
do.
a photograph.
You know, one of the things I used to do before I had a phone with a camera on it was I used to stand in front of a full-length mirror and hold the block, and I would look in the mirror, and it was like someone was holding it up for me.
Absolutely.
You see things you don't see looking at it, don't
Absolutely.
you?
And just moving colours around within a block can make a massive difference to how a pattern lays out.
Yeah,
so
over
it's
50 of you with it in your basket. Check out, won't you? Don't miss out. It's brilliant. Now, if you want a digital download, Susie's very kindly provided a digital download version. Instant payment, instant download. You could make your block keeper today.
to take to festival.
Take it to Festival of Quilts.
Yeah.
You make this scrappy. Use all your scraps if you prefer.
absolutely.
Got some kits. But if you want to get going today, get the digital download, grab some scraps, grab some fat quarters, and away you go. $9.99, and remember, you get those 5 blocks. You can set them together in so many different ways. I love, actually, that block on the right-hand side in particular.
Yeah.
When that is set together in a quilt, it's fabulous.
It really looks good, yeah. And you can really mess about with the fabrics on that one. Yeah, love that one.
It's one where it doesn't matter what your taste in fabric is, eclectic, bright, peaceful, quiet, solids, you name it, they're all going to look great.
But if nothing else, the pattern will enable a beginner to learn basic strip piecing, half square triangles and flying geese, all in one pattern. And once you've got those in your arsenal of quilt block designs, pretty much you can tackle anything.
Yeah. And you've also got putting your blocks together, adding a border, binding.
Yeah.
So actually, it's
Making
like a
ties.
course in quilt making.
It is, yeah.
Isn't it?
All in one little
For
pattern.
$9.99.
I know. What was I thinking?
Well, it's generous. It's very generous.
Got
a
me
little
on a
button
good
at
day.
the side.
Yeah,
You've got your little ties top and bottom.
Yeah, so that one's got the button and loop, and I've just used a hair elastic for that one, because then as I add more pages, it will expand with it.
Good plan.
This one, I've put a tie on every side, so you can close it however you want to.
Oh, that's very pretty.
It is cool, isn't it?
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Is that block in the pattern?
It is.
Well, well, I don't recognise.
I think I called it.
So different.
I know, that's what I mean. You experiment with spinning star.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Right, we've got some bundles. Now, you need to add your own wadding. We've got wadding on the show. We'll talk about what waddings are suitable, okay? We'll start with the blue that Susie's used. These are rather delicious. You get your pattern included, okay? So if you've already put the pattern in your basket and then you fall in love with one of these, you just need the kit. Angela's asked, how big is the block keeper, please?
So it comes up to be just about 15 inches when you've got your binding on. So the page size will probably accommodate a 14-inch block quite happily.
Yep.
Most of us produce blocks under 12, they're usually 12.5 inches, aren't they, on quilt blocks? Or, you know, from there downwards.
If you wanted to scale it up, could you?
Absolutely you could, yeah. Or you could add wider borders and then just increase that way if you wanted to. So it's, you know, you can make this whatever you want, however you want it to be.
Wow, look at this kit, how beautiful. You've got your Japanese fabrics here. 4 different fat quarters of Japanese fabric, 2 lights, 2 darks. You've also got 1/2 metre of navy solid. Beautiful. If you wanted to pull a few other colours from your scraps and stash, you could add to it. You've also got your pattern. So plenty of fabric there to make the block keeper. Just add wadding and thread. $27.99.
It's not bad, is it?
The fabric's a bargain there.
Oh, the fabrics are beautiful.
Really lovely.
And depending on which pattern which of the blocks you choose, you'll have varying amounts of fabric left over as well. So you could have another go at one of the other blocks. Just because you only need 2 for the cover doesn't mean you can't do any of the other blocks as well to practice.
Yeah. That is lovely. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I do have quite limited stocks of each of these kits. So if you see one and absolutely love it, check out your basket, won't you? A third of the stock's gone. I will show you all of the options fairly quickly so that you can see everything, and then you can check out your baskets on the one you like the best. Susie's patterns are genius. This is from Kate. I love the block keeper. My orphan blocks will finally have a home.
Oh, thank you, Kate. Yeah, I have one that is specifically for my orphan blocks as well. That's got a fair few pages in it now. But it's my ambition that eventually they will all become one big orphan block quilt.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Well,
right, next kit. This has this beautiful deep terracotta solid, 1/2 metre of that. You've got your pattern. Look at this. Jason Yenter. We were talking about Jason earlier on. Making Sue's birthday. It's just Jason to me. Look, aren't these beautiful? I said the other day that I was working on autumn projects, and a few people were outraged because they're like, no, I can't think about autumn. And what summer is because it comes before winter, isn't it?
I had enough abuse when I said I was doing Christmas in July.
Love these, absolutely gorgeous. 1/2 metre of this, fat quarters of these 4, plus your pattern. You just add your wadding and your thread. That's all you need to add. But if you want to supplement the kit with scraps, go for it. I always think of a kit as a starting point.
Absolutely, yes, and it saves that worry about choosing fabrics. Like we said earlier, choosing the fabric can sometimes take you a whole day because you've opened a drawer, find one and think, oh yes, I'll use that. Open another drawer, oh no, I want to use that. And you end up going down rabbit holes.
Yes.
But a kit, and it's also a great gift if you have a quilting friend or a friend who's expressed interest into starting quilting. This would be a fabulous introduction to the craft.
Well, the kit or
and
your
the
pattern.
kit, yeah, exactly.
Absolutely
so
right.
it makes it, shop early for Christmas and birthdays.
Yeah, agreed. That is our Jason Yenter version, those gorgeous autumny colours. Now, next up, I've got third kit, last bundle, which has got gorgeous kind of florals. You've got that lovely soft rose pink. And then fabrics based on Alice in Wonderland. So you've got the kind of mushrooms and teacups and flowers. More, a little bit psychedelic. I think the combination with the pink is beautiful.
Fab, because it makes the flowers pop, doesn't it?
It really makes the
I
flowers
want to know
pop.
why I didn't get this set, because Alice is my favourite book.
Oh, is it? Of all books?
Yes, it's a tough
children's.
decision, but yeah, I have an Alice in Wonderland room at home.
Do you?
Yeah, that becomes a dinosaur room where my grandson stays.
Okay, fair enough.
Or Iron Man, or Spider-Man, depending on what he's into.
It's quite a leap.
Yeah, but it becomes Alice when I'm around.
Fab. It's gorgeous. $29.99. 4 fat quarters, plus your 1/2 metre, plus your pattern.
That'd be awesome.
Fab. All right.
Excellent.
Let me pop that to one side. Right. Now, let's just talk wadding on its own.
Yep, okay.
Suzie. I've got 2 different options. Ending. Let me just check. Yes, thank you. So this is 80-20, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. This is a lovely, like, smooth needle punched finish. Is this going to work for the block keeper?
Of course it is.
Great.
Yeah, yeah. And what you want for the pages is that is a wadding that has got a bit of fluff to it, so that the fabric has got something friction to keep it in place. So you can even use your scraps if you want to, and just Frankenstein zigzag it together.
Okay.
If you're really struggling to find it, or if you're frugal and Scrooge like me and want to just use up scraps. But I wouldn't recommend that for the initial cover.
No.
But for the pages, you could use Frankenstein bits.
Would
and
half
then
a metre of this be enough for the whole
That's all I was sent. So yeah, it will give you your cover and at least one set of pages. And remember, that gives you 4 pages in effect.
Can I ask?
Yes.
If you make your block keeper in its entirety,
yes,
and you do it with 4 pages,
yes,
and then after a few weeks you think, I could have really done with 2 extra pages in this
book. You just add it straight away. Yeah.
Can you? Without taking it apart?
Absolutely, because the way I get you to add your pages is after you've completely bound it, finished it. Oh. So you're making the covers. So if you think about a book, it's the outer cover and spine is all in one. Mm-hmm. And after you've done all of that and you've bound those together, you then sew in your pages, which is why I said you can add as you go, you can make them different sizes, you could even stitch a pocket into it if you wanted to make it a fully on-the-go quilt kit to go on camping.
Yeah. Or it might even be a quilt pattern, mightn't it?
Well, I was going to say make 3 blocks from your fabrics, one of them just double over or stitch in with a backing, backing on it that becomes the lining for the pocket. Yep. And then you can put all your rulers, your rotary cutters, and then you've got an on-the-go
it's a great idea.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. So versatile. The pattern, by the way, is flying out. If you want to get the pattern, jump on. This is the second wadding that I've got. This one is a little fluffier. It's 100% cotton, and the cotton's important.
Yeah.
Polyester, pure polyester wadding wouldn't work for this because your cotton fabrics wouldn't cling to a polyester.
No, they wouldn't. And also, it's too lofty.
Yeah.
Polyester wadding has a fantastic purpose.
Yes.
For play quilts and nursery quilts, but it's not great for keeping stuff in place.
Sure.
It's a bit like having butter on your toast. Everything falls off, doesn't it, when it's hot?
Yes.
But this cotton wadding is like having cold toast and the butter doesn't move.
Oh, yum. So that when you bite it, your teeth.
Why do we always get to bread?
Butter.
I don't know what it is.
I know.
Ridiculous.
I know. Well, look. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely great stuff. 100% cotton, $5.99 a half metre, and half a metre is enough to do your initial block keeper and 2 or 3 pages. You might want to get yourself a metre if you want to put more pages in.
Absolutely, and I always buy bulk buy my wadding because wadding is so useful, and your scraps become bag handles or little coasters or little craft storage pots, anything. I think I have more scrappy bits of wadding. No, I haven't got more scrappy. Yes, I have now because I made that floor cushion. So I have very little scrap in my office at the moment.
That's no good.
No, it isn't. Better do some work.
Now, I'll just remind you of the pattern. It's for Suzie Duncan's Block Keeper. It comes with all the bundles, but if you want to get the pattern on its own, physical pattern, here it is, $9.99. I mean, it's amazing value because you're getting your full instructions to make your book-like block keeper. You can do ties, you can do button and elastic if you prefer. Everything's secure inside, and then you've got pages and pages to store your finished blocks, or you can lay out your patches ready to sew and keep them secure while you're building up the blocks for your quilt. But within the pattern, you've also got 5 quilt blocks, okay? You've got the rail fence, the half square triangle, you've got the surrounded star, the brickyard arrow, and the spinning flying geese. Now, each of those blocks can be used for the front and back of the block keeper, but you could also make each of them into cushions, table runners, bed runners, quilts, like this. 9 blocks sewn to... What a great resource. What a great starter. You're also learning how to do basic cutting and piecing, how to bind, how to put on a border or a sashing. You're learning all of that for $9.99. Well worth getting these instructions into your stash.
It is, yeah. It's a good... Even though I say it myself, it's a good way to start your quilt block library.
Absolutely right.
But even if you've been quilting for ages, these are blocks that often you forget about.
Yep.
but they're a great one to use. Obviously, I've used it here for a quilt block keeper, but scale them down and they make great borders on quilts or table runners or pillows, quick pillows. I mean, the block size comes up as a 12.5-inch square, which is a great pillow size by the time you've added borders. So if you just want to make all of the blocks and have them scattered around your room where you work, it's a great reference library in front of you every time.
Lovely,
So, yeah.
I love that. Right. Shall we go to demo? Yeah, let's do demo, thank you.
So I'm going to choose 2 different blocks to the ones I did with the blue fabric. I've got the Jason Yenter collection here, and I'm going to do the surrounded star block. So we're going to do a half square triangle.
Oh, fab.
Love a half square triangle. And in the instructions, the first bit of instructions, and for once there isn't a huge cutting list in my pattern, because you have to choose what it is you're going to make, which block, and depending on which block you choose for your quilt block keeper depends on how you cut and what you cut. So that's the choice you have to make first. Which 2 do you want for your covers? They may be the same or they may be 2. Different ones. But there's also instructions on how to make the basic patches, your half square triangles and your flying geese, which are used throughout the pattern. So I've kept that as a separate section, so you've got that as a reference from then on as well. So the one we're looking at is this one. We're going to look at this surrounded star.
Love that block.
I've used this block no end because you can really play around with colour and layout, and you get completely different effects.
You know, you're absolutely right about what you say. We forget about these blocks because, you know, that is stunning and would make the most incredible quilt on its own right.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a great one for festive makes because of the central star, but then the star that happens secondary to that.
Now, what are you using there?
So I am using the Creative Grids 1/4-inch ruler, I believe it is. And this is the short one, the 9-inch, is it?
Yeah, the seam
9-inch.
guide.
Yeah, seam guide. Because my 12-inch one met with an incident. So
did it have an incident?
It did.
Suzie?
It now measures just 8 1/4
Oh,
inches.
really? But still useful.
But this one is equally as useful. So if anyone doesn't know what the seam guide is, it is literally a 1/2 inch of perspex that is completely covered on one side with the non-slip grip from Creative Grids. It has a central marking, which is really hard to see on camera, and slots as well. And what it enables you to do is to position it diagonally on your square and then mark accurately a 1/4 inch either side without having to spin it round, reposition, anything else. Because I am a person that likes to mark where I'm sewing rather than guesstimate and hope I've got it right when I sew, because I work at too great a pace and chain piece. So I want to just sew on the line. I do pop a pin in, but you don't have to. You could clip it, you could wing it with nothing, but because this is quite a large square, I like to pin it and keep it in place, and particularly when I'm chain piecing. So I cut everything, sit and draw everything, pin it, and then I go to the machine and sew. Now when I sew, although I've drawn the line, I sew literally a thread inside that line, not actually on the line. That is where I'm aiming for, but I make sure the needle hits just in front of that line. And the reason for that is I'm allowing then for that loop back of the fabric. You know, when you fold 2 pieces of paper, that fold, however tight that is, will mean that one side will always be slightly bigger than the other.
It's taking up some of the paper, it has to.
Absolutely, which is why when you buy a greetings card, the front is always slightly wider than the back.
Oh,
it's deliberate, so you can easily open it. We don't want that for half square triangles. We want them to be the same. So that's why I sew just inside that. See, I'm a font of useless information.
Clever, I love that. Oh, I love that.
So I'm just going to quickly sew down there. And for this project in particular, you're doing a lot of these. So if you've never tackled a half square triangle, this is a good one to do.
Good place to start.
It is, yeah. So we've sewn those. We're taking the pins out next, and then I'm going to cut. Now, because this is a Perspex ruler, I can use it to cut down the middle, which just gives me my seam allowance between the two. And then we're going to press them.
You know the slot that's down the
Yes.
centre of that ruler?
Yes.
Because I've tried marking through it,
Yeah.
and the nib of my pen doesn't get through.
No.
It's not meant for marking.
No, it isn't really.
No.
If you've got a fine, some of the laundry marker pens
Yeah.
do have a fine nib.
Oh, okay.
My Sewline pencil
Yeah.
will fit through there.
Is it
So
more to help guide you?
It's more of a guide, and so that it's because you get a slight opaqueness with the non-slips
Mm-hmm.
grip. Having the gaps means if you're looking for a definitive
Oh, yeah.
part of your block, your square
Yeah.
for marking, or your fussy cut
Yeah.
something and you want the half square in a particular place,
Yeah.
you can see the fabric through
that
it.
makes sense.
But the Sewline pencil, if you extend the lead beyond where you'd normally, then it will fit in there.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah. Again, mind of useless information. So these I'm just going to press to the dark side, which in this instance doesn't really matter because they're both dark, or you can press open, it's entirely up to you. And I have been over generous with the allowance of fabric for these projects, for half square triangles. Because I've aimed it at beginners,
Yeah.
it means that you're not having to panic about something being the wrong size or not coming to the right size.
Do you have to trim the half square triangles
Yes,
down?
and I'm going to show you how to do that.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, we are. Now they have come up particularly big, which means
Particularly big?
they have.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I cut those wrong to start with. Obviously did. Oh well. We're going to cut them anyway.
We're going to trim them down.
We are. Oh, actually, you know why? Am I
Go
doing
on.
that one? No, it's this one I'm doing. If I followed my own instructions, I'd be really good, wouldn't I?
Ah,
I
well,
was excited.
all instructions are only good if you read them properly, aren't they?
Yeah. And you know what else?
Go on.
You're only going to be able to trim if you can see what you're trimming.
That is true.
Yeah.
Oh, the glass is coming out.
Yeah, this
You
is
know
it.
it's serious stuff when
I
the
know.
glasses come out.
So, because I looked at this and I thought, well, I know I've been generous with fabric, but that's ridiculous.
Actually, on that note, I'm going to go and get my reading glasses.
Yeah, because you can't borrow mine because I need them. So I'm going to show you how to trim with a normal ruler, because not everybody has all the extra fancy-nancy half square triangle rulers that are available. So I would say pretty much all, I'm not going to say definitely, because I haven't got them all, believe it or not, Mr. Duncan. I've only got a few.
Yeah.
Quilting rulers
Sure.
have a 45-degree line, and that's what I'm going to use now.
Yeah.
Yours are much nicer than my glasses.
Do you like them?
Yeah, I like
they're
those.
Just,
Are
they're
they
new. I
new
just got them
ones?
at the weekend.
I like those.
What do you think? Do you think they make me look intelligent?
I think they look awesome. Was Hannah Reid? I suspect so.
Well, that's the bit which will make me intelligent.
If only. Actually, you can get them, can't you, where they put information, the Google glasses.
Really?
Yeah, have you not seen those? They're
gosh.
amazing. These aren't. We're trimming this down to 3.5-inch square. I'm using my 45-degree angle along that sewn seam, and I'm making sure that the 3.5-inch markings on my ruler fall within my piece of fabric.
Okay.
Because I don't want to trim it down and then find I haven't got enough fabric. So I'm going to trim off the right side and the top. If you're left-handed, you just do the reverse angle and cut the left side and the top. I'm going to spin it round. Now, this is a rotating cutting mat, but it's a big rotating cutting mat, and I am liable to knock everything flying if I try and rotate it. So now I've got my two straight edges with a 90-degree between them. I reposition the 45-degree angle along that seam, and my 3.5 inch on the left-hand side runs down, and my horizontal 3.5 inch is on that cut line below, and I can now trim off the right and top again. And then I've got perfect 3.5 inch half square triangle. So I'm going to repeat that for this because I need both of them. And you're going to make a series of these with different fabrics to add in to create our pattern. This particular pattern has got a lot of half square triangles. So although it seems tedious, again, this is a job that I do sat with a pile of them and just, you know, in front of the telly watching something, or watching SewingStreet in the mornings. And then I can mark them. Now, another tip I've got, if you've got those page marker sticky notes, you can put them along the line that you're aiming for, and then you haven't got to keep looking along your ruler and double checking everything. So it makes it a lot easier. And these save, and then you can use them to stuff your floor cushion that you make.
Very good. Do a lot of quilting.
Do. So now we're going to put these together. Now I have gone ahead and cheated and done a few rows already.
Oh, gosh, I love those colours
Isn't
together.
it looks really amazing, doesn't it? I love this. So we're going to put this, how it's going to come together. And I've done the top, bottom, and we've got this side left to do. So those are the two we've just done, and we've got this one to go in here.
Do you know, those colours are amazing,
Yeah.
Suzie.
So once you've sewn those, you're going to start stitching them together. And because of the way we've pressed, then the seams nestle very nicely together. Again, you can pin or clip to hold. And I tend to work each row in its pairs and then sew those pairs together and then press.
You see, I'd get muddled if I started doing more than one. I'd have to get my block organising pin on. I'd have to get those at this point.
Yes, that's when you would use those, you'd put those in place and then you wouldn't get it wrong.
No. I just can't trust myself to not muddle them up, to not twist and turn them.
Now you've said thanks.
I'd get these little beauties out.
Panic.
$9.99.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
Oh, they're
as well?
so good. Label them. And although it says block 1, that could be unit 1, unit 2.
Absolutely.
And so on.
Yeah.
Do your rows that way, and then you don't get muddled up.
No, no. I mean, up till now, I've had to label my own clips, but now, with those, I don't have to.
Brilliant. They're brilliant. Have you got a set of these?
I haven't yet.
$9.99 today.
I know.
Instead of $19.99. We're just taking £10 off everything today, aren't we, Hannah?
She's brilliant.
She's not, but Hannah's taking £10 off quite a lot today. I'm just having another look at this Jason Yenter bundle now, you know. I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't sure how these fabrics would play together as I was laying them out earlier on. But I am absolutely bowled over, Suzie, by how they look.
I think because the depth of colour within them, there's underlying layers of colour that feature, and they pick out those together and work somehow. Because like you, when I opened it, I thought, that's an interesting collection.
I was thinking, would I maybe put some black solid with this, or purple or something like that, which you could, but actually, print to print, it looks
amazing, doesn't it? Yeah, really a real in-your-face vibe. I love it, yeah.
Fabulous.
It's really cool.
It's going to sell out. I'll be honest with you, I've got 10 of those Jason Yenter bundles left, way more in baskets. $29.99. Now, you're only paying $19.99 for all of your fabrics. You get your pattern included. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant value. We have another amazing collection on the show today, and it's one of Susie's favourites. And actually, I think it's the nicest Liberty range I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Genuinely.
It is, yeah.
Everlasting.
It is a bit bit deliciously lovely, this one.
Just gorgeous. This
Yeah.
is all our remaining
Timeless.
stock bundled together. So absolutely stunning. You could buy this and Susie's instructions and actually use 1 or 2 of the blocks to make a quilt.
Yeah.
Or the block keeper, of course, you've got the instructions for that, but you could use the blocks and make yourself the most beautiful, sublime quilt. Actually, even if you've never made a quilt before, these are great blocks at the start of a quilting journey.
Yes.
Aren't those stunning?
They are, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
It is the most glorious collection of timeless celebration of Liberty fabrics,
Yeah.
as well as the English countryside, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're quintessential, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really stunning, really stunning. You get 12 different fabrics here, 6 metres in total. 98.89. 98.99. You. Just beautiful. Love this one. What design
That
is
one.
that called?
Oh, is that? Oh, Cosmos, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Cosmos Song.
Yeah, Cosmos Song. Yeah.
Beautiful. Interestingly.
My glasses weren't close to, but not
Sorry.
far away, and I'm looking, going, yeah, I'm sure that's Cosmos.
Interestingly, though, we were talking
Yeah.
earlier on about Tula pink.
Yes.
And pops of fluorescent colour.
Yes.
Which I sort of expect from Tula pink.
Yeah.
But here you've got this fluorescent orange,
Yeah.
which I wasn't expecting from Liberty.
No.
But it works beautifully.
It does work beautifully. And when you marry that with some of the Emily Bell Brights range, it looks absolutely stunning.
I can just imagine. I can just imagine. I mean, Liberty fabrics are iconic.
They are.
and classic, but they still surprise me, you know?
Well, because they have such a massive archive to fall back on, not fall back on, to take inspiration from.
Yes.
It means that they're forever regenerating designs that will work within the era we're currently in, but with a nod to what has been.
Yes.
So you get that historical significance, but you also get the wonderful detail that we know in Liberty.
Yeah.
The design team are phenomenal at bringing that into a newness, for want of another expression.
Yeah.
But as you said, the pop of sudden, vibrant, almost fluorescent colours makes it a really on-point colour palette for 2026. But when the original Cosmos was released, those colours wouldn't have worked.
No, when was that?
Oh, back in the I think Cosmos is about the 30s.
Is it 1930s?
It's one of the most iconic prints that's been used through Tana lawns, in home furnishings, different scales, different elements of it. And you'll see the Cosmos flower appear a lot throughout the archive within Liberty.
So interesting, isn't it?
Oh, I could be there for days talking and being there. I'd quite like to just camp out in the archive, but
Lovely.
apparently you're not allowed.
I'd love to visit. Love to visit.
Group outing.
I don't have many of these bundles left now, and this is the last of our stock. What we've done is we've bundled together all of the remaining fabrics from the Everlasting collection. It only launched a few weeks ago and has been an absolute hit. It's so beautiful, and there are so many fantastic different designs and colours, but they're all so harmonious. It's a brilliant opportunity to grab hold. Now, I'm going to grab the instructions for the block keeper. We'll give you those details again. So many have gone for this. So many of you have gone for this. Physical instructions, first of all, £9.99. You get full instructions for making the 15-inch square block keeper. So it'll house blocks up to about 14-inch finished, 14.5-inch unfinished blocks. I will grab that. So essentially what you've got, it's like a fabric book, really. Susie's put ties at the top and bottom to keep everything secure, and then a hair elastic and a button. Now, you could just put ties throughout. Then it's got a quilt block on either side, rail fence on this side, star block on this side. Here's another example using the rail fence on one side and this fabulous spinning pinwheel on the other using flying geese. Beautiful. Once you dive in, you've got wadding on the actual outer itself. So you're not lining this with fabric because these are your first and last page of your block keeper. They're going to keep everything secure. You're then going to use sheets of cotton or cotton poly 80-20 mix wadding to create pages. So this is just 2 pages, but we end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pages within the book for storing blocks. So even 2 pages gives us a lot of storage space.
It does, yes. And if you want to add pages as further on down the line, it doesn't matter if you use a different wadding. It's not the material of the wadding that makes the difference, and as long as it's got a cotton base to it, because as we've already discussed, it needs to have a flock to it, so that it will... A fluff, yeah. So that you can use it. But if you've got a piece left over from when you've made a quilt that will fit the bill, then use it. It doesn't have to be the same throughout. So if you've got an odd piece of bamboo quilt, then use that one.
Great.
But just don't put in polyester, because as Stuart said, it will just slide off the minute you pick it up. Yeah, it just doesn't hold it.
And to add more leaves, you just put the next one on top and just stitch through?
Just stitch through. And you can stitch down the same line, another line, zigzag, whatever you want to do. It really doesn't matter. Just stitch it in. Yeah, I like that one.
Gorgeous.
The wonky log cabin.
Yeah. Lovely fabric too. Yeah. It's a great project. Now, within your pattern, you've got instructions for how to do all of that. Make your whole block keeper, bind the edges, add your tabs, all that kind of thing. But you've also got 5 different quilt block patterns. And that set us all thinking. If you've got 5 quilt block patterns, that means as well as making the block keeper, you can also make 5 quilts using those blocks, maybe with sashings, maybe without. But then you could also use 2 blocks together to make another quilt. You could use 3 or 5 blocks together to make runners, or 1 block to make a cushion, or even make your own sampler quilt. That is fabulous. Actually, Susie, genuinely, I think you should make that quilt. I know you've got plenty to do, but I think you should make that quilt.
This afternoon? Oh.
Well, no, but just, at some point.
Because I am going to the cinema later.
2026. What are you going to see?
We're going to see The Odyssey.
Oh, everyone's seen that apart from me. Yeah. I would see Toy Story 5 on Friday. That's how highbrow I am.
Yeah, you see, I haven't seen all of those yet.
Oh, it's lovely.
No, I want to see The Odyssey because I had to translate it from Latin at school, so I would quite like to see it. But I'm not translating it again.
No, it's very fast-paced and fabulous, apparently.
I'm buzzing.
Anyway, keep going through for your block keeper pattern. That's the physical pattern. If you prefer a digital version, let's do that. That's an instant payment, instant download. You'll have it on your sewing machine account. It'll come through to your sewing machine account. And then if you want to, you can print it off. You don't have to. Jenny's message to say, I've just bought the download. I'm looking forward to making it. Today, Jenny?
Excellent, Jenny. Thank you.
Done. That's the thing with downloads.
I wonder which block she's going to choose to do.
Alison's message to say, morning Stu, could you please demo quilt instructions for us? For example, 3 7/8 on a ruler.
Yeah.
It's been a real pain trying to figure out the correct measurement. Yeah, well, do you know what? I have got...
I can do it if you want.
Well, I'm just thinking, because we've got your bag as well, I'm thinking
okay.
I've got a couple of hours on my own.
I'll tell you which hour I could do it in this one.
Yes, that would be brilliant. Yeah. Stay tuned, Alison, for the 12 o'clock hour, and Suzie will show us how. Oh, amazing. That is a stunner, Suzie.
Looks really good in those fabrics.
It's absolutely beautiful. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab the block keeper because...
with that round the outside.
Just
amazing.
Look at that. Yeah. This bundle is sold out. Do you know...
I'm not surprised.
It was making the block.
Yeah, that did it. Yeah.
It's so beautiful. Yeah. Well done if you managed to get hold of that.
But it just does prove that when you play around with fabric, that you don't necessarily fall in love with 100% straight away.
You can't always see it straight away.
You need to make the blocks to see.
You do. You do. Sometimes you need a second date.
Yes, or a cup of tea.
Yeah. Yeah, a cup of tea on a second date.
Yeah, yeah, fine.
But you see, they're brilliant because, look, you can then put your block in there.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Suzie, that is beautiful.
It looks good.
It looks really good.
Yeah.
I'm expressing my surprise because I didn't know how those fabrics were going to work together, and they look amazing.
That and that I've actually managed to achieve it.
Job done, my friend. Job done. Brilliant. I'm going to give those to you. What a brilliant, brilliant project this is. You know, there are certain patterns that are for everyone, and I think the block keeper is for everyone that quilts or wants to, because you're learning all the skills you need to become a quilt maker if you're brand new. But every quilt maker, whatever your level, has blocks that they need to store, or part blocks.
Yes, yeah, and we all have 40 million one projects on the go, don't we? Or is that just me?
No. I'm one project at a time.
Oh, gosh.
Strictly one project at a time.
Okay.
Isn't that awful? I can hear the booze from here.
Yeah. I've lost, well, I haven't lost count because it's all catalogued, so I know exactly how many I've got and what I've got left to do with them.
Well, that's the key.
But each one that I've started, where I've got blocks finished, I've kept them in a block kit. That's why I've got so many of these, because I keep them per
Let's do
quilt.
one per project.
Yeah.
That's a really clever idea.
Because then I know exactly what I've got, where it is, and where I'm up to as well. And I can number the pages in the book, so I know where in the quilt they lie as well.
You know, actually, may I just have a block keeper back for a second, please? Have you still got your lovely pins?
I have. Would you like to borrow
I'm just thinking, if you wanted to keep organised as you go, it might be, bless your heart, thank you, that as you put your block in, you also use...
Absolutely.
Pin it in. This could actually make me the most organised quilter on earth, because you could pin that and then you know which block, which row, as you make. If you're doing something like a sampler quilt that has a very set layout.
Or you're doing a quilt course in a group where you're doing, or a community quilt where a number of you are doing blocks and it's all coming together. Having a quilt block keeper for the group or per row. And then you can each put your pieces in there, and then whoever has the fabulous job of putting it all together knows exactly the order to go. Which way up everything's supposed to be, and it becomes a pleasure, not a chore. And you're not constantly having to re-reference everything.
You got it all organised in your book.
I
think it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Well, so many of you have gone for the block keeper pattern, physical or digital. We'll give you the physical pattern details. The bundles, well, the Jason Yenter is sold out. The Japanese blue, this is very, very close to selling out. I've only got 3 of those left. Alice in Wonderland we've got, but that one is the only one really. There's a couple of those left now. But if you want to just get the pattern, a physical or a digital, I think this pattern would suit anybody. It's brill. And remember as well, you can cut out your blocks, lay out your block on the page unsewn and keep them, and then everything's organised for when you're ready to sit down and sew. And that's really useful, isn't it, Susie, if you have very limited time to sew?
Yes, absolutely.
Because you might have 10 minutes to lay the block out,
yeah,
and that's your time.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also something that you know it's not going to get disturbed, blown away in the breeze.
Yeah.
So you can craft in the sunshine.
Great, love that. Love that. Now, if you've been curious and loving the quilt that's hanging behind Susie, it is fabulous, isn't it? It's called Blue Haven, and that kit is coming up at 12 o'clock. We also have Red Haven. Imagine the blue, like jewel centres, but that chain running through the middle is red. The jewel in the centre is still blue and the outer border is blue, but that chain is red. We've got Red Haven or Blue Haven. I've got both those kits with Susie at 12. Susie, that was an amazing hour.
Thank
well
you very
done.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, don't go anywhere. After the break, we're going to be talking Brother FS250 sewing machine. I know a lot of you wait. Well, you do right, because when we have it on air with me, it's £399 instead of £799. So why would you buy it any other day? Today is the day. We've also got some fabulous quilt kits. I've bought a little something Christmassy for you. So stick around and I'll see you after this.
Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here. If you're visiting the Festival of Quilts this year and you're coming on the Saturday, I would love it if you could join me for my talk at 9:30 in the Concourse Theatre. It's called Behind the Seams, and I'm going to be giving you a very humorous look at my sewing life and journey, TV, books, all that stuff, the sewing bee as well, and tell you all the inside stuff. Now the talk is completely free, it doesn't cost a penny, but you do need to book your ticket in advance. So go to the website www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and book your tickets for Behind the Seams with Stuart Hillard on Saturday. See you there.
Hi folks, with Festival of Quilts fast approaching, I just wanted to hop on to let you know that I'm doing things a little differently this year. Whilst you won't see me listed as an exhibitor, I'm lecturing, demoing and teaching at various spots around the show, so you'll certainly find me hanging out with SewingStreet. If you're attending the show on Thursday and arriving first thing, then please feel free to join John Scott and I in Theatre CS1, where I'll be sharing all the unsung benefits of ruler quilting. This lecture is free of charge, but you do need to register, and as it's just 30 minutes long, it could be the perfect way to start your day at this amazing event. Hope to see you there.
Are you going to the Festival of Quilts this year? Well, if you happen to be there on Friday the 31st of July at 9:30, I'd love you to join me, Debbie Shaw, for half an hour of sewing chat, and that's hosted by the wonderful Mr. John Scott. We'll be having a talk about my sewing journey, how I started sewing all the way through to becoming a needlecraft author, working in television, and all of the interesting people that I've met along the way. And do feel free to join in the chat and ask any questions that you like. Any visitor with a ticket to Festival of Quilts can sign up for the talk, and it's free to book in the theatre. So I hope to see you there.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Join us in store for Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
We have got our very own Quilt Festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own Quilt Festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
It's great to have your company today on Sewing Street. Our first day of Quilt Festival Week. Actually 9 days celebrating all things quilty. If you are coming to the Festival of Quilts, remember I'll be there every day on stand E116. You can come see me, I've got my own stand. Sewing Street will be there. And if you're around on Saturday, I'm giving a talk in the Converse. What is it called? The Concourse, thank you. The Concourse Theatre, 9:30 till 10. It's free, but you have to book a ticket online before the day. So make sure you do that and come along. It's called Behind the Seams. Do you see what I did there? You're welcome. And it's going to be lots of fun and giggles and a bit of sort of behind the seams gossip, which we all love. Right. Let's launch in then. So, Brother FS250. Let's start with the price. Let's do that. Let's do that. $7.99? I don't think so. Not when I'm here, geezer. It crashes. Not when I'm round here. Not on my manor. £399. That is. That's, to be fair, that sort of makes every machine, apart from this, look expensive. It shouldn't really, in a way, because, you know, every machine that we sell here on Sewing Street is amazing and has amazing benefits. But I think this is such a superstar. Well, you agree, because we have sold thousands of Brother FS machines over the years. It is incredible, it's iconic, and it's one of my absolute favourites. If you go to the Brother website, this machine will set you back £849 any day of the week. They never do a crash. Our regular price is £799. When it's on air with me, it's $399. Now, I work directly with Brother to put together this sewing machine package, and it's rather special. Let me tell you why. First of all, there's as much as you can cram into a machine for £799, let alone £399. The price is incredible. You've got 250 different stitches, including all your what we call utility stitches. So straight stitches with the needle at different position, triple stitch, lightning stitch, overcasting stitches, buttonholes. I mean, there's 8 different buttonholes, blind hem stitches, heirloom stitches, lots of decorative stitches as well. So everything you'd use for dressmaking, for home decor, for patchwork and quilting. You don't even need a 1/4 inch foot for this machine, because you've got a 1/4 inch stitch on your machine. It's absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So you've got 250 stitches on the machine, and they're so easy to find, because look, I don't know why other sewing machines don't copy this, really. It's such a clever idea. You're never going to lose this. It's a flip chart on the front of your machine. You've got your first 100 stitches here on the front. Sorry, here's your first 100 stitches here on the front. So here are all your utility stitches at the top. So straight stitches and zigzags and lightning stitch. There's your overcasting stitches. You've got heirloom stitches. That stitch there, the serpentine, favourite stitch for straight line quilting that is anything but straight. It's meant to look like that, remember? You've got 8 different buttonholes. Look at these, P and Q stitches. That's your patchwork and your quilting. These are 1/4 inch stitches, 1/4 inch from the edge of the foot, right and left. You've got a mock hand quilting stitch. So it looks like a running stitch when it's stitched on the machine. It looks amazing. You've got your zigzag for things like a plique. Going further down, you've also got, over the other side though, yeah, you've got a blanket stitch for a plique. Brilliant. And then loads of decorative. That's your first 100. Then you've got loads and loads of different decorative satin stitches. And then you've got stitches which have been flipped as if in a mirror. Now, at the top of the machine, doesn't stop there, you've got 3 full alphabets. You've got all your numbers. You've got all your punctuation. You've also got European accented letters, and you've got 3 different alphabets. You've got a block capital, a cursive capital, and an outline capital. You've got a 50-item memory in your machine, so you can program in up to 80 characters plus spaces. So if you're doing quilt labels, if you're personalising, if you're doing identification labels for clothing for kids, really, really useful to have this feature, and 3 different alphabets. Now, the nearest thing that I can think of that we've got around about £500-600 is the Elna, I think it's the 560A, which has 1 alphabet and about 50 stitches. The package here is incredible, £399. I cannot find anything to come close. Now, questions I get asked all the time. Do I have a free arm on this machine? Yes. So, accessory box, slides off, you've got all your gubbins in there. You've also got space for sweeties in the bottom. All right. When that comes off, you've got your free arm. So you're going to use this for dressmaking, bag making. It's not a flatbed machine. A flatbed machine would just be 1 solid piece here. This is a free arm machine, much more useful in my opinion. You can easily put a sleeve, a leg, or a bag over there and sew around, okay? While we're here, on the back, see this little button? This drops the feed dogs. The feed dogs are those little teeth that come up and down that carry your fabric through. Why do we need to drop our feed dogs? For free motion quilting, for free motion applique, and free motion embroidery. So we can do all of those things on our Brother FS250. Now also, I don't have it with me at the moment, but this machine comes with included an extension table. The main picture shows that. Look, there it is. You've got this fabulous extension table, 3 legs that have independent height adjusters on them. So if you're working on an uneven surface, you can always sew straight. All right, so you've got that included in the box. You've also got a hard case to go over the top of your machine to keep it safe and secure. I've bought sewing machines that were £2,000, £3,000, £5,000 that come with a soft cover. This machine for £399 comes with a hard storage case. Absolutely brilliant. Now, let's talk about the regular foot package that you get included. You get all of the feet that you would expect, plus a few extras in your standard package. I'm not talking about the Maker's Edition feet now. I'm talking about what's generally in the box. So on your machine, you've got what's called the zigzag or utility foot. That's the foot you're going to use for the majority of your straight line and zigzag sewing, okay? You're also going to use that regular zigzag foot when you're doing your 1/4 inch patchwork. The regular foot looks like this. I'm going to press the button and take it off for a second just so I can show you here. It's the J foot, okay? And you can see the letter J is debossed into the foot. So you're never left guessing, well, which is the J foot, which is the N foot. You can just look for that letter and you know, okay? It's also got that little button so you can hump jump if you're going through thicker fabrics. I shall say no more. Right, I'll put that on when it's round the right way. We've got a message. I love this machine. This is Annette, who's in Newport. I was a total beginner when I got my brother, but I have grown in confidence and skills with it. Brilliant machine. That's, you know, the question I'm asked most about sewing machines is, what sewing machine should I buy? And I always say, buy the machine for the sewer you want to be. Because if you buy the machine for the sewer that you are right now, when you develop, when you grow like Annette has, when your confidence builds, when your skills build, or your interest changes, the sewing bee's on right now, suddenly all we want to do is make clothes, make bags, do that. Will my machine do it? Yes or no? If it won't, what do? Buy a new machine? Get a machine that will grow with you. Just brilliant. Right, so you get that foot, you get your zigzag utility foot. Now, in the box, you also get what's called the N foot, which is your open-toed embroidery foot. Now, that looks like this, okay, it's the letter N. Open-toed embroidery foot. It's an embroidery foot because it has, can you see there's like a kind of recess in the centre here? Yeah, that is so it'll go over thick stitches like satin stitches, which can have rather a raised, what we call bead, okay? That will accommodate them. It's also brilliant for foundation paper piecing because the open toe means you can see the line that you're sewing on. Now, you've also got a zipper foot that you can position the needle on the right or the left, position the foot on the right or the left, so you can sew either side of a zip easily, accurately. You've also got an overcasting foot. You're going to use that to neaten the edges of your seams, particularly useful for dressmaking. Okay, these are all standard feet that you get with this machine. Next up, the one that looks a little bit like an ice skate, that is your blind hem foot. So with that, you can do what looks like an invisible hem on things like curtains, blinds, and also trousers. Skirts. My Brother FS250 has just been delivered. It's my machine to take to groups. I'm so excited. Sandra, that's fab. Sandra, I'd be really interested, if you've got time, would you just let us know, what machine do you have that you're keeping at home that means you need a machine that you're confident to take, that's going to give you the same performance, the same wonderful sewing experience when you take it out to classes? Because I know a lot of people who've got very expensive machines, big, that they can't take out to classes, but they still want great performance. Right, you're also getting an automatic one-step buttonhole foot, okay? This has also an adjustable slider in the back. You put your button in there and close it till it holds the button. That determines the size of your buttonhole. It means every buttonhole fits and it's professional and finishes your garment to perfection. Last of all here, we've got this, which you don't always get by any means with sewing machine. This is a button fitting foot, so you can sew your buttons on by machine. So that is the standard foot package with the Brother FS250. But this is the Maker's Edition. This is special. And the reason why it's special, I worked with Brother to add in some extra feet. And Brother said to me, we want to do a machine that is going to be for makers. We want to appeal to all makers. And I love that terminology. I often call myself a maker rather than a quilter, sewer, whatever. I do it all. I thought, okay, you need a foot package that'll do it all. I gotcha. First off, it had to be a walking foot. Now, I'll be honest with you, I was really cheeky because I picked the most expensive feet I could pick to go in the box. They could have said, well, that's enough. That's 40 quid's worth, Stuart, and these are all added extras. So you've picked a walking foot, we'll stop there. But they didn't. It's a Brother branded walking foot, £40 worth. You get that included for no extra money. That is included, okay? The next thing I thought, well, quilters always want a hopping or darning or free motion quilting foot. So you get, this is like £18 worth, but you can also use your free motion quilting foot for free motion applique and free motion drawing, basically. Think about the kind of thing that Janet Clare does when she's appliquing or drawing on fabric. This is the foot. Amazing. And if you want to see more, do check out Janet Clare. She's amazing. So you get your walking foot included. And I thought that would be it. I thought they would stop me there and say, that's enough, Stuart, but no. So I'd already gone for the most expensive feet I could find and the most useful. See, a walking foot, dressmakers need a walking foot, home decor, curtain making, bag making, quilting. Everybody needs a walking foot. So, right, next foot I picked was the non-stick or Teflon foot. Now this you're going to use with fabrics like vinyl, oilcloth, shiny leather, pleather, things like that. The kind of fabrics that would stick to the bottom of the foot. They often have a slightly sticky feel to them. You need a non-stick foot for that. I thought, let's do that for the bag makers and the home decor makers. So that's about £15–20 worth. You've got that included as well. They said, go on, one more. I said, okay. Now, that foot is actually missing from the box, but I can show you a picture that has this. This one I did for the dressmakers. It's the one on the left, and it is an invisible or concealed zipper foot, okay? This is the foot that you absolutely must use if you want to sew a fully concealed or invisible zipper, usually done in dressmaking, but sometimes done in home decor, in things like cushions as well. It's a speciality foot. It is the one foot that dressmakers always ask me if they can buy for a machine. Is there one I can buy for that machine? And I thought, wouldn't it be lovely if you didn't have to buy it? And as they were feeling generous and said that I could add it, I added it. Right, so they're the 4 feet I picked. Then something rather funny happened. When we got our first stock of the Brother FS250 Makers Edition, I think it was a customer noticed, or maybe it was one of us noticed, that there were 2 extra feet in the box. I'll show you them. The previous was called the Fashion Edition, and it included a sliding, fully adjustable piping and zipper foot, and that had been left in the box by mistake. The second foot that had been left in the box by mistake was this, which is a narrow hem or rolled hem foot for hemming fine fabrics. That had been left in the box by mistake. We got in touch with Brother and they said, you know what? We'll just leave them in the box. So you get 6 feet with, I mean, the amount of money that you're getting in those feet alone. The 4 feet alone, but you're also getting these 2 as well, is phenomenal. If this machine had 3 or 4 feet in the whole bundle, I'm talking about with the machine, 50 stitches, 1 alphabet, no hard case, no table, that would be about your £399 to £499. That would be your actual cost. But you've got 250 stitches, you've got 8 buttonholes, 3 alphabets, you've got needle up, needle down. You can use it with or without a foot pedal. You've got free motion quilting ability. You've got your free arm. You've got your accessory box. A hard case. You have got that extension table. About £50 to buy an extension table. You get it included. I don't think you'll ever have to buy anything else for this machine. It's an absolute whiz. Let's go for it. We've got Sandra's messaged in to say, I have the Elna 780 and I love it. And right, so I'd asked Sandra, what's your other machine? The Elna 780 and I love it. I wanted a machine with similar capabilities for taking out. The FS250 fitted the bill perfectly. Now, how much does the 780 cost? The Elna 780. because we sell the 780. It's an amazing machine. I had the Elna 680 in my studio for about 10 years. Incredible machine. But it was too big and too heavy to take along to workshops and classes. So like Sandra, you want a machine that has all that capability, but you can take out to classes and workshops. £399 to be able to do that. I think the 780 has got to be around about £1,000. It's got to be around about 1,100. Roughly, it's around about 1,100, I think. £399. For Sandra, she's got a machine with similar capabilities and qualities. Is that quality? It's Brother at the end of the day. Also, can I just say that with your Brother FS250 Makers Edition, you are getting not 1, not 2, but 3 years warranty. A 3-year warranty is just showing off, isn't it? 1 year is mandatory. 2 years, I think, shows great confidence, but 3 years is just fabulous. Joanna from Carefiller's messaged, "Hi Stuart, I have the Innovis V5 at home." Well, that's a chunk of cash, yeah. But the FS250 to take to classes and retreats. I love them both. See you at festival. See you at festival, Joanna, and thanks so much for taking the time to send a message. This is the thing. It could be your only machine. You've got a fantastic machine that will do it all. Quilt, dressmake, patchwork, home deck, soft furnishings. If you want to hop on and do any job, your Brother FS250 is going to do it. Hi, Stuart. This is Heather in Devon. Dorset, I beg your pardon. I have this machine and I've had it for over a year, nearly a year. I can't read today. Let me start again. Hi, Stuart. I've had this machine for nearly a year. I have made bags, quilts, patchwork and fashion. It is so simple to use. Try it. I love that, Heather. I love that. Brilliant. Brilliant. And isn't it amazing that Heather's done all of that in less than a year. Now, my very first sewing machine, I knew I'd outgrown it within 6 weeks. I think it was the second or third time I used that machine. I knew I'd outgrown it and I knew I wanted more, but I'd paid for it by then. And I couldn't progress how I wanted to progress with that machine. It held me back for 2 years until I could afford to buy another machine. And I bought a Brother computerized sewing machine. It cost me £500 then. And you know how old I am. So that was a long time ago. The relative cost has come down over the years, but this machine takes value to a whole nother level. It really does. It's phenomenal. And, you know, I am more than happy to put my considerable, although shrinking, weight behind this machine because it is genuinely a fabulous machine. Thank you, Jimmy. I have an embroidery machine. This is Jill. An old Bonina, love an old Bonina, and a Janome 1600p. These are all heavy machines used for different purposes, but I bought this machine too. A great take anywhere machine. Just on that note, your weight, it's under 10 kilograms. So that means it's got a good weight to it. It is a good, solid machine. It's not going to rattle around and move around while you're sewing on it. But it does give you that portability. Whereas your big machines, like an old Bonina, I mean, that is a heavy, heavy thing to carry. This is much, much more portable and great to take to classes. But you know, you want to be able to take it safely. And that's why you've got that hard case that completely covers the machine. You've got your extension table. My extension table lives on my machine. Okay, the only time that extension table comes off is when I'm doing free arm sewing. So in other words, this kind of stuff, where I'm making bags, dressmaking perhaps, and I want to be able to put something over the free arm. My accessory box is almost never on my machine. Basically, when I pack away, I put my accessory box back on and pack away. The rest of the time, it is open next to my machine with all my feet at hand, ready to use. That's how I set up my sewing space. Of course, that just slots on. I mean, it's secure, it's easy. The fact that this machine comes with all these extra feet is not just icing on the cake, it's decorations, it's ribbon, it's everything. At £399, I do think, I'm confident actually, that it's the best value sewing machine on the market. My personal opinion, I think it's the best value. When you consider all of the stitches, all of the feet, all of the extras, the table, the capabilities. If you take that budget of £399 and do some research, do a little look around the internet, see what's available. Lots of you will be coming to Festival of Quilts. All the sewing machine manufacturers will have special deals on. If your budget is £399, I cannot think of anything you could buy that would even get you close to this package, even close. And you might think you were close, but then when you think about what you'd have to buy in order to bring it up to that, you will be way over budget. Right, so many in baskets. I'm going to give you a moment to check out. I love the fact that there were 2 feet left in by mistake, and Brother, wonderful, beautiful Brother, said, we'll leave them in. Customers can have them. Isn't that wonderful? I think it's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now, a little bit of Christmas. I couldn't resist. This quilt that's hanging behind me, if you didn't get it over the weekend, I have got some kits left to make this kaleidoscope quilt. I have made this kaleidoscope quilt as easy as it is possible to make, and it's so achievable. It is using a stack and cut. You're not fussy cutting. You're not having to buy yards and yards and yards and yards of patterned fabric, find the repeat, stack it all up, cut things out. No, no, no. What you're going to get, have you got the picture, please, Dan, of the actual kit breakdown that shows the panel, please? Thank you. We'll show you that. Yeah, thank you. So what you get, I haven't got mine, I cut it up. You get a panel. I designed, it's an old-fashioned sewing machine and a Christmas wreath with things like scissors and bobbins and pin cushions on the wreath. You get 16 repeats of that image on the panel. Now, each of those repeats is a 13-inch square, so it's quite a big panel, and it's beautiful colours. It's really gorgeous. And what you're going to do then is you're going to cut out those squares. You're going to stack 8 of them on top of each other, and then you're going to cut that stack into 8 triangles. It's all in the pattern. Everything is in the pattern, but it's so easy. I actually demonstrated on Saturday, right from the panel, cut out the 8 squares, pinned and stacked them together, cut out all my triangles, and then sewed a block, all within an hour. So that's how quick and easy it is. So if you missed that and you're looking, thinking, that's way beyond me, Stuart, it's not. It's not. I did it all and I was talking the whole time. Now, this colourway we have sold out of, okay, but what we have got, and in a way I wish I'd made this one because Ollie was able to do a mock-up of it. You've got this beautiful deep red. This is crimson. This is crimson red. You get 4 meters of this crimson red for your background for the block. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab one of the blocks and I'll just show you how this looks against the red because it is stunning. And this is one of the stacks. How cool is this? when you look at the triangles, you really can't conceive what they're going to look like when they're all stitched together. And I showed exactly how to sew this together. This is beginner level sewing. This is beginner level quilt making, okay? We did all of this on Saturday. Look at that against the red background. I mean, that is glowing, beautiful. What a stunning quilt. What you're then going to do is you're going to use your bottle green for your sashing. Amazing. Now, this isn't appliqued onto the background. You basically cut plain triangles the same size as these, okay? And you have a triangle here. I have got some actually cut out, right? So you'll just sew a triangle to a triangle like that, okay? So these two pieces, you just put them together, right sides together, sew a 1/4 inch seam, and that's that piece, okay? And so what you would do then is you would do that with four of your triangles. Every other triangle of this gets a triangle sewn onto it, okay? Then with your other triangles, I don't think I've got anything cut to the exact size, but what you do is, I give you the dimensions. You cut a rectangle of fabric, okay? If I move that out of the way, you have a rectangle of fabric and you sew that on there, flip it back, okay? And then you've got this unit and this unit. You put them right sides together like this, and you stitch straight across there. And then you just trim that little triangle, that overhang off, okay? And then you'll end up with 4/4. You sew the 4/4 together into 2 halves. You see, there's your 1/4. And I think you can see quite easily now that you've got your triangle and your rectangle there, okay? You sew those together into pairs, and then sew the pairs together. So it's so easy to make, but the results that you get are absolutely out of this world. They look incredibly complex whilst being easy. Now, in your kit, you actually get enough fabric and blocks to make a 16 block quilt. That would be 4 by 4. That's 71 inches square for £79.99. And that includes your binding and your outer borders, everything you see. All you'll have to add is your backing fabric and your wadding. £79.99 for a 71 inch square. I wanted to make a rectangular quilt this time, so I did 12 blocks. And, but like I say, you've got enough, so I could have made maybe a 3 block runner as well, or some cushions to go with. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make some cushions to go with. This will hang behind my sofa, and I'll have some cushions on the sofa. I've got like a cream Chesterfield sofa, and that'll go on. So that's your red background with your green sashing, and I just think that is glowing and beautiful. It makes the colours pop, doesn't it? So that's one option. The other kit that I've got available, though much more limited quantities, is a really gorgeous gold version. Morning, handsome. Well, I was going to read that message out, wasn't I? I love this quilt. I've just ordered the gold and lemon colourway. That's from Sarah. Can you design some more panels, please, Sarah? Sarah, I have done that already. So I'm going to tease you with this one. I've designed 2 new panels, both with a Japanese feel. One of them has got peonies and Japanese screen, and the other has got koi carp and Japanese screen. So you could mix them together, or you could do 2 separate quilts. I'm actually going to be working on that straight after Festival of Quilts, so I'll bring that really soon, Sarah. Thank you. Right, so this is my other colourway. You get the same panel, okay, and you get the same instructions. your background, 4 meters of this beautiful lemon. Now, I think lemon is a bad name for this colour because I think of lemon as a much colder yellow than this. This is a warm, this is almost, for me, this is the colour of butter, especially homemade butter. It's buttery. I'm just going to, in fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to use exactly the same block, but I'm going to spin it the other way to show you a totally different block from the same triangles. Now, you do have to pick your direction for spinning. You have to spin all of your blocks in the same direction. So I do say that in the instructions, but I just want to reiterate that. Stop it, Anna. Look, against that lemon or buttery background, isn't that beautiful? And then you're sashing in this gold. I mean, that is just going to be absolutely stunning. Warm, but also fresh and modern. Isn't that gorgeous? Don't you get some movement in that beautiful pinwheel? It actually looks like it's spinning. Fabulous. Now, I just want to mention that in the instructions, which you get included in your kit, you get full instructions for how to make the pattern. See, there's the original panel. Once it's been cut up, the image, I based that image on my mum's sewing machine from when I was a little boy, hand cranked, okay? And then I made a plique wreath block on the Great British Sewing Bee Christmas special, and it was a wreath and it had sewing notions all around it, and I brought the two together. Little winter scene. This is my friend Mike's Chevrolet, parked up. I threw the quilt across the back, and then I added snow and the lights using Photoshop. But everything else in that picture is real. If you look on my social media, on my Instagram, there is the very same picture. It was about 30 degrees and bright sunshine that day. So I had to add a little magic, a little Christmas magic. But I just wanted to say, within the pattern as well, I've also included full instructions for making an easy, even simpler kaleidoscope using squares instead of triangles. So not a pinwheel, but simple squares, 4 identical squares stitched together to create a simple kaleidoscope. And I actually used my December block of the month from my Sewing Through the Year quilt. That panel on its own costs £9.99. Now, you would need 5 of those panels in order to make that quilt. It's 40 inches square, and everything you see there, including the binding and the borders and the setting triangles, all comes from your 5 panels. So for £49.95, you can make that 40-inch square quilt. You do need these instructions, which you can buy separately. Okay, or you may have them within this kit. Love that yellow version. Love that yellow version. Oh, morning, Leslie. Leslie's messaged me from France. She says, I'm messaging from France. I have the Brother FS250, but a previous version of this machine. It had fewer stitches, but it's similar. I bought it when I first started quilting and sewing in 2012. It's still going strong. Wow, 14 years later, that machine is still going strong. Brother machines are brilliant. Thank you. I couldn't have put that better myself. Thank you. Thank you very much for that message. And bonjour. Bonjour. I'm done. That's all the French I can speak. Oh la la. Oh la la. Right, you're very, very faint, Hannah. That's better. That's better. Thank you. Right. Do we have any machines left? Right. Sewing machines. I'm just going to let you have a little tour. I'm just going to let you have a little tour. This is the Brother FS250 Maker's Edition. 250 stitches, 8 buttonholes, an extension table, a walking foot, a darning foot, buttonhole, button sewing feet, they're all included, adjustable zipper, concealed zipper foot, non-stick Teflon foot. Amazing, incredible value, incredible value. Too much value, really. It makes everything else look a bit expensive. But it is wonderful, and a hard case as well. A 3-year warranty. And you know, I love Leslie's message that she sent in. Leslie bought an earlier incarnation of this machine in 2012, and it's still going strong 14 years later. I think if you want to know, will my brother's sewing machine grow with me? Will it last? Will I love it forever? I don't think I could put it better myself. I mean, absolutely, yes, they are wonderful, wonderful machines. You've also got, you know, the Brother customer service that you have access to, superb. You get a full, thick printed manual as well. I often get asked, do you get a printed manual? You absolutely do in the box. So again, you can buy with confidence. This isn't an obscure, never heard of it, middle aisle, yeah, brand where you think, what? Is there any follow? This is Brother. This is Brother. Brother have sold tens of millions of sewing machines. It seems almost impossible, but they're incredible. They really know what they're doing. And I have Brother sewing machines in my studio. Brother is my studio sewing machine. Absolutely love it. Every quilt that you see now that I bring to SewingStreet, I have sewn on my Brother. If you want to make this quilt, I have a Brother LK14. I have never heard of that machine. I got the Brother FS250 after your demo in June. It's absolutely fabulous. Definitely easy for a beginner to use and worth every penny. Thank you, Joanne. Is fabulous for a beginner. Everything is there. It's so easy. It's so accessible. But equally, if you're an advanced sewer, it is also, remember, it's 250 stitches, 8 different buttonholes. You've got your walking, all those different feet. So actually, you can be a super experienced sewer, or you may have never touched a sewing machine in your life. Or you may have a sewing machine like my mum's hand cranked. I mean, we're never getting rid of those, right? We're going to keep them forever. But if you want your first computerized sewing machine, you won't top this. £399. For that budget, there is nothing that comes close. Nothing that comes close. Absolutely superb. How many in baskets, Hannah? I just want to see. Right, I've got 4 left. I've got 4 machines left. Everybody with this machine in their baskets. Take note, you need to check out your baskets, please, or you're going to miss out. Last few chances. I remember when we had about a 5-6 month period where we did not have the Brother FS250 all over Christmas. Can I mention the set of needles and then I'm going to mention the big shot? Anybody, everybody, grab yourself one of these packs. Okay, if you've bought anything else today, you've already paid your postage and packing. This is celebrating 175 years of Schmetz, and this is a selection pack. You get 1 top stitch needle, 1 jeans needle, 1 embroidery needle, 1 super stretch needle, and 1 universal needle. So you can sew anything and everything. Jersey and knit, embroidery, so things like metallic threads, rayon, sparkly, jeans needle, This is for sewing thick, heavy layers, great for bag making. And a top stitch, again, for beautiful top stitching. Top stitch needles are also brilliant for quilting as well, and for bag making because they're strong and very sharp. Now you get all 5 needles in the pack for £5.99. If you want a little set where you've always got the right needle for the job, get yourself one of these or even a couple of these, so that you've always got the right needle handy. If you have a travel sewing set or a set of tools that you take to workshops and classes, this is ideal, because if you're going along to a class and it's like, oh, I was forgetting it was dressmaking and it's jersey. Have I got a stretch needle? Yes, I have. And top stitching, have I got the right? Yes, I have. Quilting, you've got it all. I think that's brilliant though, and I didn't realise Schmetz were 175 years old. They're the only machine needle I will use. It's true, it's true. I have to use a different kind of needle in my long arm, but in my sewing machines, Schmetz, it's Schmetz every single time. Every single time. The other thing I highly recommend, this is what I buy for my general sewing. This is the box of 100. It's the box of 100. I've only got the one. 100 universal needles. These are size 70, perfect for piecing. Patchwork, dressmaking, for kind of cotton fabrics and the equivalent. Lawn, cotton, quilt weight cotton, poplin, you know, lighter upholstery fabrics, that kind of thing. Great. Size 70. Box of 100. Remember, you should be changing your sewing machine needle every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. And I know that seems ridiculous, but it's the truth. Every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. Right, not 68, and not every 6 to 8 weeks either. Naughty. Right, the glasses are going on. I love these new glasses. What do you think? Do I look wise? Do I look wise beyond my years? Stop it. Right. Stop it. You are cheeky. Right, I'm glad you can't hear this. Right, your handle stores underneath. It's so clever. Over half the stock's gone. Clicks in. All right, I'm just going to wind it through. Hand cranked. You really don't need any strength to wind that through. It's brilliant. Now, when we say machine only, what we mean by that is machine and all of your plates. You get all of your plates. You get your thick, what I call the breadboard. If you're doing paper craft cutting, you'll use that. And you'll also use your fine shim, which I've tucked under there. Right, your fine shim. That you also get full instructions on how to use these plates. Now, for us as sewers and fabric cutters, these are the plates we're going to be most interested in, these clear plates. They're both the same, but ideally label them A and B, because you're going to use B as a base plate, put your die on top with the blades facing upwards, put this as your cutting plate on top. This will get marked and scored, and as you cut, and even bow slightly, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the cutting quality. And you will make that sandwich with your die and pass it through. These are really rather wonderful, and you can cut your cutting time for quilts by 90%. By 90%. So what might have taken you 10 hours down to an hour or less. You can cut 32 hexagons in 10 seconds. Now, even if we multiply that up by 10, it's not going to take you 100 seconds to cut out 32 by hand with scissors. No way. So 90% faster is just an estimate, really. But they are wonderful, with lots of dies that are compatible. And if you look about, there are lots and lots of Sizzix dies for cutting fabric, alphabets, numbers, triangles, squares, hexagons, you name it. You can cut sitting down, standing up. If you've got manual dexterity issues, if you've eyesight issues, visual impairment, and you find reading rulers impossible or difficult, if you pick the right die, you know, if the die cuts 4.5-inch square, you can't miscut. It cuts 4.5-inch squares, no measuring required. And that was pointed out to me by a quilter who came to speak to me, and she said to me, I have a visual impairment, and for me die cutting has saved my craft because I couldn't use rulers to measure. I can stitch accurately because I can, you know, use my fingers to feel the side of the fabric, stuff like that, but the cutting had beat me. Die cutting has given me back that craft. So I just thought that was wonderful. You should be paying £174.99. We've got the machine on a discount today, £149.99. There is a high likelihood that the team from Hobby Maker, we are sharing the stock with them. Basically, if we've any left today, they will be taking those machines and they will have them on Hobby Maker, okay? Which means they will disappear from your baskets and they will disappear from our website and we won't have them anymore. And if you were to buy, I mean, even if they have it on the show later today, it won't be included in your £4.95 postage if you've already bought something. So even for the postage alone, I want you to check out your basket while we've got the machine on air. It's 1p&p all day. I'm going to pop everything back in and pop that to one side. Right, we're going to finish off with the Brother FS250 and a lovely message from Karen, who's in Hampshire. Oh, Karen, you should have told me. Hi, Stuart, it's my birthday today, so I thought I would treat myself to the FS250 ME. Oh, Karen, big kisses and happy birthday to you for today. Thank you for spending some of that birthday with us here on Sewing Street. Lots of love from everyone here. And also, what a birthday present. Wonderful. Lisa asks, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Hi Stuart, are the Schmetz okay for a Brother machine? As I know for Brother machines, you have to get the Brother bobbins. Right, that's brilliant. Thank you for that message, because you're absolutely right. Brother bobbins in a Brother machine. Elna or Janome bobbins in Elna or Janome machines. Singer bobbins in Singer machines. They are all different. There is no such thing as a universal bobbin. Do not believe the hype. There is no such thing. So correct, Brother bobbin. However, Schmetz needles, all brands of sewing machine, okay? Even though I think maybe some sewing machine manufacturers do manufacture their own needles, it is, I think, purely a kind of an add-on sale for them. Any machine needle is going to work, but like a lot of things, you know, you can buy your branded, you can buy your generic. For me, I will only use Schmetz needles in my sewing machines, overlocker, embroidery machine. Absolutely beautiful. Do a wonderful job. Again, a little bit like disposable razors, the engineering, the technology, the research, the development that those specialty companies put in can only be imitated and copied by other people. I think there are some things where it really is worth buying the branded. It's the same as things like thread that you're sewing with. I will only use great quality branded thread in my sewing machine, my overlocker, my embroidery machine as well, because it's fundamental. And there are some things that you just have to buy quality. Very long-winded response there, but I wanted to explain why. Yeah. Excuse me, yeah. But it was such a good question to ask. I don't think we've got the Brother bobbins on the show, but we're out of stock at the moment. But as soon as they come back in stock, you get 4 with your machine, but as soon as they're back in stock, I'll get them on air and get yourself some more bobbins, because you can never have too many bobbins. The crew thought I was starting to cry. I love these needles. Sorry, do you mind turning my mic off for a second, please? Now, can I just say, we're in minus figures now, way oversubscribed on the machine. Way more if you want the Brother FS250 Maker's Edition than I have available. So if you want the Brother, this is your very, very last chance. I think there's a high likelihood that all our machines will have sold out by the end of the morning. At midnight tonight, if there was a machine left, it will go back up to £799. Please, please, although it's worth more than £799, don't buy it when it's £799. Get it for £399. You've got £799 worth of machine, there's no doubt about it. But I want the £400 in my pocket. Yeah, I think we all would. Right, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, Suzie is here with Red Haven and Blue Haven. Absolutely beautiful, and a beautiful price too.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love. We have got our very own Quilt Festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own Quilt Festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Hi folks, with Festival of Quilts fast approaching, I just wanted to hop on to let you know that I'm doing things a little differently this year. Whilst you won't see me listed as an exhibitor, I'm lecturing, demoing and teaching at various spots around the show, so you'll certainly find me hanging out with SewingStreet. If you're attending the show on Thursday and arriving first thing, then please feel free to join John Scott and I in Theatre CS1, where I'll be sharing all the unsung benefits of ruler quilting. This lecture is free of charge, but you do need to register, and as it's just 30 minutes long, it could be the perfect way to start your day at this amazing event. Hope to see you there.
Are you going to the Festival of Quilts this year? Well, if you happen to be there on Friday the 31st of July at 9:30, I'd love you to join me, Debbie Shaw, for half an hour of sewing chat, and that's hosted by the wonderful Mr. John Scott. We'll be having a talk about my sewing journey, how I started sewing all the way through to becoming a needlecraft author, working in television, and all of the interesting people that I've met along the way. And do feel free to join in the chat and ask any questions that you like. Any visitor with a ticket to Festival of Quilts can sign up for the talk, and it's free to book in the theatre. So I hope to see you there.
Mr.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here. If you're visiting the Festival of Quilts this year and you're coming on the Saturday, I would love it if you could join me for my talk at 9:30 in the Concourse Theatre. It's called Behind the Seams, and I'm going to be giving you a very humorous look at my sewing life and journey, TV, books, all that stuff, the sewing bee as well, and tell you all the inside stuff. Now the talk is completely free, it doesn't cost a penny, but you do need to book your ticket in advance. So go to the website www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and book your tickets for Behind the Seams with Stuart Hillard on Saturday. See you there.
I can't believe where this morning has gone. It's flown by. We're here for our final hour, and I'm joined by the fabulous Suzie Duncan. Hey, Suzie.
Hello.
Welcome back. Now, I don't normally get the pleasure of 3 hours of your company, but today's fabulous.
Yeah, you'll have to go and go in a dark room.
Oh, no. Wonderful, wonderful quilt kit in this hour. The one on the wall is Blue Haven. I'm going to grab the kit. We're gonna dive in. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm gonna keep the price at the moment at £179.99. 5-way split pay. We are not going to stay there, but I want to show you because you've definitely got £179.99's worth of value. The fabrics are stunning. They're from Free Spirit. This is a great quilt. It is featuring so kind of wonderful fabric. It's a range called Primitive Cloth. I know. It is absolutely gorgeous fabric. Little Horse and Trap. It is kind of celebrating that kind of Midwestern kind of pioneer. A little.
But there's a nautical theme as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because there's anchors.
Ah. You see, you've got a little floral there. This is really...
See, I got the sort of, you know, in David Copperfield, is it? Where they go down to the beach. They live on the beach, and you get the pony and trap taking away the fish that they've caught. I got that sort of haven vibe.
Got you.
It. Yeah.
Here's your white on white. This is from the same collection. Look at that beautiful design on your white on white.
Stunning, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. It's sort of like an ivory, actually, like a white on ivory.
Yeah.
And then this is the fabric for your border. So you've got that little pop of red just in the border to make this stunning quilt. Now you get your full quilt pattern included, all of your instructions. Level-wise, Suzie?
I think a beginner could tackle it, you know.
A beginner, yeah.
Yeah, because it's half square triangles and strip pieced.
Yep.
So it's a good one, and I'm not overly hung up about everything super match. Well, you know I am, but I mean, as a beginner, it'll still work if you're slightly off.
It's quite forgiving.
You know, yeah.
This lovely quilt, 4 patches and half square triangles, really. It's a great fundamentals. Now, all of that beautiful fabric, this quilt is 58 inches by 74 inches, and this is the price that you're going to pay today. 5-way split pay, cheeky, £139.99. That's amazing. Under £30 on your split pay. That's phenomenal value.
It is.
Under £30. Every one of you who's already checked out their basket, you pay £139.99. It's not even £28 a split pay, is it? £27.99. Amazing. It's fabulous. It's fabulous. I love the fact that it's all the blues with that kind of ivory white background, and then you've got that little pop of red in the border. Just gorgeous. So that's kit number 1. That's Blue Haven. Now I love a pair of quilts that are like non-identical twins. So they carry lots of the same features, but by no means are they identical. I'm going to show you Red Haven next. Same size, same price, same instructions, and same fabrics, but a different look. Susie's going to demonstrate this one.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So let me show you. So what you've got in this kit is you've got lots more of the red. You're going to make your chain, your 4 patches. If I was to say one of these kits was a little bit easier than the other, it would be this one, because all of your 4 patches are the same. They're this red fabric and this white on white fabric. So from an organisational point of view, it's a little simpler for a beginner. Then you've still got all those beautiful blue fabrics. This is your outer border, okay? But you've got your beautiful blue fabrics, just like in Blue Haven, but you're only going to use these for the half square triangles, not the 4-patch units. So you end up with that red chain running through. Now, Hannah, here's the question. At this early stage in the show, are we team blue or are we team red?
Ooh.
We're team blue right now, Blue Haven. We're going to give Red Haven a chance to catch up. You've got the blue border this time. So if you were to put these 2 quilts side by side on, say, twin beds, this is the look. Oh, let me turn that around. Let me turn that around. Oh, I can. Yes. So Red Haven here. Red Haven here, main graphic, and then Blue Haven over here in our side graphics. But I'm just thinking, if you had 2 single beds, twin beds, and a quilt on either side.
Or 2 sofas.
2 sofas, gorgeous.
Yeah, have different sofas. Or you've got outdoor, like a conservatory.
Yeah.
You could have them in there. That
A
would
little
look
bit
amazing.
coastal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If you live near the coast, and you like a little coastal blue and white with a little pop of red,
Be really cool. Yeah, really cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's
Good one
is
to
Blue
send.
Haven.
Good one to send people off to university with as well.
Oh yeah, I like that idea too. Yeah, it's going to fit a dorm bed, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something
absolutely.
Like that.
And a little bit of home.
Yep.
And then on the back, you could use one of their old shirts just to remind them of home. Or their old bed sheet.
Nice.
Yeah.
So there you go. Red Haven on the left, Blue Haven on the right. Well, I'm team Red Haven because of the blue border. I love the blue border. But anyway, you choose. Susie's going to demo in Red Haven. Remember, Red Haven has the red chain with the blue border. Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, you can. We've got the pattern on its own. It is $9.99. A physical pattern. You could make a very, very nice scrappy version of this.
Yes, you could. Absolutely, you
Gorgeous
could.
scrappy version.
In fact, it lends itself to scrap, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
You could have a very dark navy in place of the white, or black even. The black pom-pom from Tula Pink, that would look gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then use your bright scraps for the chain and the jewel box.
Yeah. And I actually think a striped fabric border would look phenomenal.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, maybe tent stripe. So you could do a very modern version, you could do a very traditional version, look great in any colour combination. That would make a cracking Christmas quilt as well.
Well, I think the red and blue one Well, the blue one to me looks like icicle type
lovely.
vibe, doesn't it? And then the red and blue, but you could swap out the blue for greens and have a traditional red and green.
Red and green, beautiful. If you want a digital download of the pattern, we've got you covered. We've got you covered. These are the details right here. Digital download. Same instructions, but you don't have to print anything off because you don't need templates.
No
It will
templates
download
required.
to your SewingStreet account and it will stay there forever. Great. We've got a few backing options. Do you want to have a look at those? Yeah. Got some bundles. The Midnight would look amazing. That would work with either of them. This is Midnight, 3.5 meters, 24.93. That's amazing. You're already saving £3. That's very reasonable to back this quilt, isn't it?
Absolutely.
£24.93.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's Midnight. It's a very, very dark navy, very dark.
And that is a really useful colour for a lot of things, isn't it? So even if you don't need it to back this because you've got another idea, I'd be buying it anyway.
Totally. I'm with you. I'm with you. It could even be, if you're buying the pattern, that could be your very dark background colour for your scraps.
Or if you want to extend it, extra border would look amazing.
Yeah, put an extra border.
Yeah.
Second option, that's beautiful. That's like a kingfisher almost. Peacock, yeah, peacock. Peacock blue. Again, 3.5 meters. So you piece this together. Best thing to do if you're piecing is rather than one centre seam, is have one centre hole panel and then your two halves down the side.
Yeah, or I do them like Neapolitan ice cream. Yeah. And if I've got any fabric left from making the quilt, I'll try and put a stripe of that in as well.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Like that. Then this is your third option. This is crimson. This is crimson, which would also make a gorgeous backing. I've got some extra wides as well, but you know, this quilt is 58 by 74. I think I could force myself to piece the backing for this. Well, for £24.93 I could.
Definitely.
You see, if you were buying extra wide backing, you would need to buy 2 meters. You'd need to buy 2 meters, 4 units, which is going to end up about £50. £50 to £60. So for £24.93 to sew 2 seams.
Yeah, you'd also have a fair chunk left from it, wouldn't you? That you probably wouldn't know what to do with.
Let's leave you with the details for Blue Haven. That's the one with the red border. It's the one hanging behind Suzie. Remember, Susie's going to be demonstrating Red Haven, which is the one with the red chain. Team Blue Haven is in the lead right now. But let's see how it ends up. Suzie.
It's me. So there are 2 blocks to learn for this that go together. There is the 4 patch and a half square triangle block. So the 4 patch is actually done with strip piecing, which makes it really, really quick to put together.
Lovely.
Especially if you're chosen Red Haven, because as Stuart's already said, the red is throughout, so you're not having to count how many you've done. You are literally just doing all of it in the red and the background off-white. So I've already sewn my strips together and I've pressed in one direction towards the red, which is what it tells you to do in the instructions. And I need to subcut this. Now, obviously, I've got a selvage. Don't want the selvage included. So whenever I subcut a strip-pieced item, I make sure it's properly pressed, and then I will find a horizontal marking on my ruler and lay that along the seam rather than use the top and bottom edges, because we're all good at sewing, but we're not all absolutely perfect 100% of the time. So they may be slightly off. The one in the middle is your straight line. And if you've got multi-strips, use the same seam each time. Don't do, seam 1, then next time seam 4 or whatever. Stick with the same seam. I'm going to trim off my selvage straight and then turn this round and subcut this down. Now, we did have a question earlier about someone as to how you identify different parts of the ruler, didn't we?
Yes, from Alison. She was just struggling with things like 3/8, 7/8, and I get that.
It is, yeah. And especially as a lot of us were taught metric, so having to flip is a bit difficult. So what I'm going to do is show you, if that's all right, Stuart, how you can go about learning where they are on your ruler.
Well, please do, yes.
So inches are broken down on most quilting rulers into 8ths. There are some that are 16ths as well, but those have got so many lines on, it's a bit like a barcode, it's crazy. So if we concentrate, let's find an inch that you can easily see. This area here is an inch square, and so this is where my finger is now would be your 0, this would be 1 inch. The big line in between gives you your half, and then each of these little lines are your 1/8 markings. So if I wanted to do 3/8, it's the one just before the 4, because 4/8 becomes half an inch. So that would be my 3/8. 7/8 is 1 short of a full inch, so it's just that one here.
And Susie, that's exactly what I do. Even after 30 years, every time I measure, I go to the full or the half and then go back 1.
It's easiest way to do it, because if you start counting, some rulers have extra lines on them and you end up counting those as well. So it's easier to look at the half and the full and go backwards. Now, where they use 3/8 is very often for, or 7/8 is with half square triangles, isn't it? My suggestion is if you are really struggling to cut at 3/8 or 7/8, just go the extra 1/4 inch and do the half or the full inch.
And trim back.
And trim back.
Do you know where I think this question is coming from? And I'm assuming things here.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of people, and quite experienced people sometimes, using their mats to measure.
Yeah.
Not their ruler.
Yeah, don't do
And
that.
obviously, if you look at Susie's mat, the mat is only marked in inches, which is fine if you're cutting whole inches. Some mats have half-inch markings on. But if you're using your mat to measure, 3/8 is going to be like, well, where on earth is that? And I don't blame you for asking the question. You shouldn't be using your mat to measure with. No. You should be using your ruler. And the 3/8, the 7/8 are all clearly marked.
Yeah. The only time
I hope that helped.
Only time I use my cutting mat for measuring is when I'm doing ribbon.
Yes.
And I will
it's not that important.
Yeah, I want a rough.
Agreed.
Or I've got a block and I just quickly need to calculate the wadding. So I'll just put it on there and say, okay, that's come up at 15.5-ish.
Yeah.
So I'll cut it at whatever.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So
Melanie's
hopefully
asked,
that helped.
can I ask, is this quilt pattern for Red Haven, Blue Haven, is this beginner friendly?
Absolutely it is, yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Ian's thrown his hat into the ring. He says, stunning colourways, both of them, but Team Blue all day, every day. Blue Haven's in the lead. I would normally be, but I think today I'm Team Red.
I like the red because I think it makes the central squares come together and pop out. I quite like that.
I've got Red Haven in front of me here. You've still got all those beautiful blue fabrics for your half square triangles, okay?
Yeah.
You've got your same white on white for your background. You've got your navy blue print for your outer border, which I think is stunning. And then you've got your red for the chain and the binding. I think that is a stunning combination. I love blue quilt, but I love the blue border. Anyway, that's just me. Yeah, just me.
The reason that we pressed towards the coloured fabric is because when you bring those subcut pieces together, they will completely nestle in and make a really nice flat seam, which makes it super easy to then sew together.
Great.
So those, and you put opposite colours against right sides together. So where you've got your background, you're going to put the colour on the top. And we're just going to stitch those.
So a bit of chain piecing.
I
going
love a
on
bit
for
of
something like
chain
this.
piecing, yeah. And you can definitely do that for this, because you've got a set number that you're cutting, and that therefore means that this particular block you can get made really quickly, and then when you're sat watching the telly, you can do all your pressing. So those we will then press open. Well, I would press them open.
Okay, yeah.
So that you get a nice crisp 4-patch.
Lovely, beautiful.
So you'll make as many of those as you need, and it's 2 per finished block you need. So we've got those done. So let's make the other block now, which is a half square triangle block.
So very, very beginner friendly.
Absolutely, it is.
Melanie.
Yeah. So for each of these, you're going to take your squares and just be aware of the number of each you need, because there is a specific number according to the layout of your quilt. But that is another thing we'll come on to in a minute, which is good fun. I use the seam guide, which I know I used in an earlier hour. And if you didn't see the earlier hour, the seam guide enables you to mark the 1/4 inch either side of the centre diagonal without having to replace the ruler and mark the other side. It's just such a great tool to have in your kit. If you haven't got one, I would definitely be putting one of these in your basket, because
So those are your
just
actual sewing lines?
Yeah, so
Makes
I'm
it
going to sew on
foolproof,
these,
doesn't it?
absolutely. And I had started to mark these in the green room and then thought, oh, no, better demo that. So I quickly rubbed it out. My other tip is start in the middle of the line and work towards the corner rather than go corner to corner. Because if you do corner to corner, it drags the fabric and your line goes off kilter. So start in the middle and work outwards is my...
Top tip there, if you have got a multi-mat that has the sandpaper board, you can go corner to corner there. That sandpaper stops the fabric moving and dragging.
It does.
If you've ever wondered what the sandpaper board was for?
It's not for doing your nails.
No, if you get a snaggy nail.
Yeah.
Although it's useful.
Yeah. Definitely not for that. Again, these can be chain pieced.
Yep.
And I forgot to get a pair of scissors. Let me get my scissors.
When I started doing patchwork, Susie, I was not getting the accuracy that I wanted at all.
Right.
And so I very early on discovered foundation paper piecing.
Right.
Which of course does give you amazing accuracy.
It does.
And such that I did only foundation piecing for 2 years, including half square triangles,
Oh my
flying
gosh.
geese. Because sewing on a line, if you can see the line and you can sew on it, you'll be perfect.
Yeah.
If you don't want to have to foundation piece half square triangles, Susie's method of drawing a line and sewing on the line is the method to get complete accuracy without foundation piecing.
Absolutely. If you're chain piecing, it means you haven't got to think about it either, because you're just literally following a line, aren't you?
Yeah.
Which we can all do. Now, because these are the same size, I can actually stack them to cut them as well.
Ooh.
So I'm full of all the labour-saving, time-saving tips, I tell you. I'm on it.
Fab.
And then we're going to press these. Now, I chose to press to the dark side, but if you prefer to press open, then do so. But this fabric is very light the background fabric. So
Yes.
I didn't want to see that extra seam allowance.
No, it might show through if you press the dark towards that, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
So I chose to press outwards towards my dark side. And that obviously with half square triangles, for every square that you stitch across that diagonal, you're going to gain 2 half square triangles, which is why when you start looking at patterns, when you first begin quilting, you do your own version of maths, don't you? And you think, well, hang on a minute, that's not right. I need double that, forgetting that in that step you're achieving double already. Yes. So.
Oh, Sheila, that's a lovely message. She says, you're showing a lot of very useful tips. It makes me really want to make a quilt.
Excellent. That's what we want.
I
'cause
think
it
we've
is
actually got your first quilt, haven't
festival.
we?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This
Definitely.
could totally be a first quilt.
Yes, it could. And you don't have, don't be too concerned. They've given you plenty of fabric as well. So when you come to cut, you don't have to be scared about cutting. You've got leeway.
Oh, Alison, I'm glad this has helped. She says, that's brilliant. Thank you so much, guys, for explaining it so easily. I do always use measurements from the ruler. Thank you again. Well done, Alison. Yeah, no, I'm glad I hope it explained it. But I just thought I'd mention that about a lot of people do use the maths
they do.
for measuring.
Oh, yes.
And it doesn't give you a lot of scope or accuracy.
No, I've had people on classes who've only tried to use the mat. I'm like, I'm really sorry, but that is just not going to work for you long term, because you end up, because whilst they try and get these accurate, they aren't as accurate as a quilting ruler.
No.
So we are trimming this back, and it is I won't say a tight trim, but there isn't a great deal of scope. So you do need to be very careful that you position it within the margins of your required 4.5-inch finish. So 45-degree angle along that seam line, and I'm going to trim up. I've shrunk, I think, in the last few days.
Or is it a bit high for you?
It is, isn't it? I'll tell you why it is, because I'm wearing flat shoes today. Normally I come with a heel.
Too. Sue sent a lovely message. She says, loving the show today. I always draw lines. For Sewing Festival, and I pin everything, as precision makes such a difference. It's also taught me to be patient. I think that's such an important point.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was sewing as a child growing up, I was always desperate to get on and do things. I would never tack, I would pinning, what's all that about? I'll just wing it. And yeah, it worked most of the time, but usually the bit that was really important didn't work because I hadn't done it.
Yes.
So, but for quilting, I will pin and hold things together, mark things, because the geometry just looks so much nicer if it's been done.
There's a payoff, isn't there, for all that patience and time.
Yeah.
But I do think a lot of crafts do help to develop and teach patience, because I wouldn't say that I'm a patient person on the whole, but I think things like knitting and cross stitch. Some of those like
cross stitch especially.
Yeah, they really do sort of teach you to just enjoy the process. And just to calm yourself down a bit. And I still use them for that.
That was a good shot, wasn't it? Absolutely. And I think if you're not enjoying something, or you're struggling with a particular element of a quilt pattern or a stitching, it's not your stitching day, don't force it. Go for a walk around the garden, do a dog walk, have a cup of tea, go and make the bed, anything. Just step away. My sister and I have a saying, just have a little sit down and be quiet. And then
the one thing I say to people,
regroup.
Never ever quilt if you're not
feeling
the
it.
mood.
No. Or angry. Never quilt angry. Never works if you're angry.
I would agree with you.
Certainly never pick up a rotary cutter if you're angry.
Agree with you.
Because you'll never cut straight. But it's yeah, all crafts are supposed to be something that relaxes us and lets our brains have a bit of a rest, doesn't it, from the tedium of life. Right, we've trimmed all those, and you can see how little fabric we waste as well for this. So that's all of those. So I'm not going to get much from my floor cushion stuffing out of that, am I? So we've got our half square triangles made, we've got our 4 patch blocks made. I better press those, and then we can bring that block together.
Great. So those are the 2 elements that we
They're
need to make the
all
whole
the 2
quilt.
elements, and so if you bring all the, if you do all those like that as a chain piece event, over, you know, even if you do it over a couple of days, you've got your elements ready to put together. Put them in your quilt block keeper, and they're ready to go.
Fab. So, are we tempting you, Sheila? If you want to make a first quilt, this is so straightforward. Love that.
That's how you bring your quilt together.
You see, it's the red chain that is
It
selling.
just looks so cool, doesn't
Red
it?
Haven to me,
Yeah, I love it. So then all we're going to do is bring those right sides together for that row. Again, if you want to piece those, you can. There's no seam matching at this point because you're bringing a half square triangle against a 4 patch, so there's nothing touching them.
Now, quick techie question here.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're bringing together a 4 patch
Yeah,
and a half square triangle
yeah,
that both involve different kinds of piecing.
yeah.
If I bring them both together and everything matches and everything fits together and they're both the same size, happy days, I won't even think about it, I'm just going to sew them together. But what happens if I put these 2 units together and one is longer than the other? What have I done? How can I correct that?
Well, first of all, I would not panic. Don't beat yourself up.
Don't do that.
I would just have a look and see which bit of it is out of kilter. Double check that you've sewn everything using your 1/4 inch seam. You haven't had an off bit and just gone off pieced a bit. Make sure that you've continued that throughout, and look again at your trimming. Did you trim it to 4.5? And that's why when you're trimming, I suggested in the previous hour, marking on your ruler, just with one of those page sticky notes, the line, or with washi tape or low-tack tape, just line it along your ruler so you know you're trimming to the right size, because it may just be something you are 1/8 of an inch out on your trim. So just look at that as well. But if it's completely wrong, I would think you have cut something incorrectly to start with. If it's not squaring up completely, if it's only 1/8 of an inch, it's probably a wibble. You've sneezed when you've sewn. You know, it's not the end of the world.
Sometimes even, Susie, I mean, I still do it
Pressing
now.
makes a difference.
My default setting on my sewing machine is a centre needle position. Obviously, 1/4 of an inch, it's further over to the right. And sometimes if I've been sewing and then I turn my machine off and then I go back to it, I forget. Now, I instantly, because I've been sewing for so long, I instantly see the needle go down into the fabric and I think, oh, that's way too wide, and I know to stop and move the needle. But I think with less experience, you would just carry on. So you might have sewn 2 different seam allowances. Something that's going to keep you on track is our early bird today. It's these block row markers. You've got 144 pieces in the set. They all come in this little plastic box with a lid. Each row is a different colour. And essentially what you will do is either your blocks, or it might even be your units, row 1, block 1, pin it into your block 2, 3, 4, and then you can go on to row 2, block 1, row 2, block 2, and essentially label up all of your blocks or your units so that you can then take them as a stack to your sewing machine and just get straight on and sew them. Being organised and getting things round the right way is key to not having to unpick, to being successful first time. So they are highly recommended. It should be $19.99. You're getting them today for less than half price, which is absolutely fabulous. I've got low double figures left. I've just mentioned them again because they're such a good deal and so useful for quilters. I really would highly recommend these. Morning to Mo, or afternoon in fact now to Mo. She says, afternoon handsome and Susie, I'm loving the shows. Watching from bed as not feeling great. It's just for you, Mo. Get better soon, I hope.
So I've finished this block. I was just going to do the other one as well.
Lovely,
but
yes, please.
have we got time for me to do that one as well? So that one's done. So let's bring the other one together. Same layout. That's the other great thing. You haven't got to think, oh, which one's this one? It's always the dark fabric top right, top left and bottom right, and your chain going diagonally opposite the other way. So that's why I think it really is a beginner-friendly quilt. You don't have to think all the time about which am I picking up. A couple of the fabrics have got direction. The one with the anchor on and the horse and cart. Personally, I think for a quilt, unless you're hanging it, if you're just draping it and using it day to day, direction doesn't matter, because who picks up a quilt, looks at it and says, oh, I can only put it on my lap this way round. You just throw it on your lap, don't you?
I agree. Also, I think as well, it depends on how you view motifs on fabric, and I don't see them as pictures that I'm supposed to look at as pictures in a quilt. The quilt is the design, is the picture.
Yeah.
Those individual fabrics are elements of it. I don't want to draw the eye to that individual little picture, so I never worry about that. Only with things like a stripe.
Yeah, or if you're fussy cutting. Yeah. No, I'm exactly the same. And I just think it gives movement to the piece anyway. Makes your eye travel around the quilt.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Those block markers, row markers, are flying out. Those of you who've joined us a little later in the day, you may not have seen these earlier on. You get 144 of these, so you get 12 rows and 12 blocks per row. So that is a pretty big quilt, or a lot of blocks, to be able to mark them up. Obviously, you don't have to use them all. You could even just use a few in one block, just to help keep you organised. So, well worth getting. You're saving £10 on the price. If you've bought anything else today, and you know what I am going to say, we've come to the end of 2 weeks of Christmas, but these would make a brilliant Christmas present for a quilty friend. Yeah, a brilliant present, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and if you're doing Secret Santa, it'd be a quilt group, but that would be a fantastic. Or you want a prize for quilt in show or whatever.
Yes, great idea.
Oh, it'd be phenomenal. Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what the person's taste in fabric or anything else is. It's going
and it's in a box, so it's easy to wrap.
Love it.
Which I always like.
Oh, I wouldn't wrap that, Susie.
Well, I wouldn't wrap it because I'd be using it myself,
I couldn't wrap it. I'm terrible at wrapping. It just ended up going in a gift bag.
Bring your wrapping to me, because I love wrapping. Absolutely love wrapping.
I'm buying Charlie a football for Christmas this year.
Are you?
No.
Oh, no, I've mastered footballs over the years, I have.
Oh, you see, that's
Look
gorgeous.
at that. How cool is that? So you bring them together, and I would suggest, whichever version you do, blue or red, make all your blocks to this stage, press them and check their measurements, trim off any loose threads, etc. So you're, everything's set to go. Then floor, table, whatever you want to do, lay them out, because you can change what clusters appear here. You don't have to follow what the picture is on the thing. If you don't want that stress, follow the picture. But you can move these around, so you can do this. You can have the same fabrics diagonally opposite, or you can have a mishmash. You can do whatever you want, but make them all first rather than try and pre-think it.
Yeah.
Because
You know,
sometimes
Suzie, I've literally only just realised
What?
that each block
Yeah.
only uses background and one fabric. When I looked at that quilt, literally it's taken me all this time. I thought it was kind of scrappy and all the
No,
fabrics were
it's
mixed
not.
up, but they're not.
No,
Again, that
it's-
makes it very easy.
It does make it easy, yeah. Yeah. It's really
Interesting though, but it looks very scrappy.
Yeah, because of the way it's when you first look at it, you think it's put together, you know, in a different way. So you don't really, or by row, so you don't think of, or following the chain, not the centre. But when you bring them together, if you concentrate on the centres, it's easier to place them than trying to make a chain.
So you end up making big blocks?
Yes.
12 big blocks?
12 big blocks. I mean, that's just easy piecing then, isn't
Very
it?
achievable, even for a beginner.
And if you're then, so once you've made everything, you're going to use your row markers that we've got as the early bird, and you'll put your rows together. So you've got 1, 2, 3 in a row, and then there's 4 rows.
Great.
And then once that's all together, you'll layer it, put your borders on. So you'll have a background border first, and then your coloured border. And if you wanted to extend it, I personally would extend it at this point and still have this as my outer border. And introduce, you know,
Something
another
else.
frame in there.
Maybe like a dark navy or something.
Yeah, or I'd even go half square triangles.
Oh, lovely.
As a zigzag. I think that would look
Very
quite cool.
nice. A couple of messages. Christine's message. Morning, my love. She says, brilliant shows today. Gorgeous Stuart Hillard and gorgeous Suzie Duncan and SewingStreet. And Sue's message to say she now has an image of Suzie wrapping presents like Rowan Atkinson in Love Actually. I've never seen the film.
I have to say it is a bit like that because I do have a theme for the year and everything's wrapped exactly. And I have been known to stitch tiny little pine cones onto presents.
Oh, I'm definitely bringing my gift wrapping to Suzie Duncan.
We have net bows and everything. Yeah, it is a bit of a feat, I have to say, but I love it. Absolutely love gift wrapping. Yeah, I know it's really.
I just need to try harder, Suzie.
Yeah, I'll give you lessons.
I need to make an event of it. Enjoy it instead of dreading it.
Yeah, no, I love it, and I do it for birthdays as well. So everything has to be in coordinating colours. Even the card I make matches. The
Sounds
wrap.
wonderful.
Wow, I need less time on my hands, obviously.
Wow. I just want to recap the kits, if I may.
Yeah.
We'll start with Blue Haven. That's the one that's hanging on the wall. Now, don't have many left, actually, now. Lots of you with this in your basket. You do need to check out, please. Blue Haven has the red border, okay? It's the only pop of red in the quilt. You've got your red border there, okay? And then you've got all your white on white. Absolutely gorgeous, that. And then look at all these beautiful blues. This is your binding, but you are also going to use some of that within the quilt. So always make sure you read your instructions. Don't just romp ahead and cut all that up into binding strips. No romping. Read the instructions, cup of tea, cup of coffee, or soft drink of your choice. And digest the instructions before you start cutting fabric, but no romping, please. Full instructions as well, printed instructions are included. Great price as well, isn't it? $139.99, and that quilt's 58 inches by 74 inches, which means it's really, really achievable to quilt at home on your domestic sewing machine. Now, the other kit that I have is called Red Haven, and that's the one that has the dark blue outer border, but the red chain. Oh, lots and lots of these in baskets. Same price, $139.99. I love that red chain through the centre. It's really fresh, it's really crisp, And, you know, I love Irish chain quilts. I don't know about you, Susie, but they're one of my favourites. Anything with a chain. I just think that is a stunning quilt. I also love that it's got the blue border, the dark blue border. All the fabrics are from Free Spirit, so they are wonderful quality fabrics. Primitive cloth base, so kind of wonderful. Love that. If you want the pattern on its own, by the way, you could do a very, very gorgeous scrappy version of this. A very gorgeous scrappy version. They're $9.99.
The chain bit lends itself to leftover 2.5-inch strip pieces from design rolls.
Yes.
So you could easily use those up. Because we all have those hanging around, don't we?
Do. Certainly
Not a
do.
full one, but definitely have the extras. So I'm halfway through putting my block together for us.
Digital instructions if you prefer. Same price, instant payment and download, so you could be cracking on with this today.
I bet you could have it pretty much cut out by the time I've got home.
Now, don't forget that it is Quilt Festival at SewingStreet for the next 9 days.
Cheers.
Quilt Festival 2026. 9 days of lots of lovely quilts. But also, Wednesday, I will be travelling to the NEC for the Festival of Quilts. And I do hope that as many of you as you can will come visit the show. I'll be there Thursday to Sunday every day. I have my own stand. It'd be wonderful to see you. Norma's asked, hi Susie and Stuart, what days are you at FOQ? I'm there every day, Norma, on my own stand. What about you, Susie?
I'm there every day as well, Norma. Yes,
Where are you?
I'm on the Genome stand.
Great. So come see me. I know that I will have some chocolate limes. Yes, chocolate limes. They're my fuel for Festival of Quilts. I don't eat them any other time of year.
I don't think I've ever eaten chocolate.
I only eat them at Festival of Quilts, but I absolutely love them. So basically, chocolate limes and coffee are my fuel.
Are they?
So it's really healthy.
I drink a lot of water.
I
lot
should do
of
that.
water.
I might try this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, please come along and say hi. It'd be so wonderful. It's my
Yeah.
favourite thing about festival, meeting
It
all
is.
our viewers.
Absolutely.
Putting faces to names.
Yeah.
And chatting all things quilty. It's so
Yeah,
lovely.
it is really good. Yeah.
That's the whole block done.
That's the block done.
Wow.
Which
It
doesn't
looks
take long
great.
at all. So if you imagine that as your chain,
Wow, yeah.
it does look really cool, doesn't it?
Looks amazing. Looks absolutely amazing. Really gorgeous. Nice message. Loved today's show. Thank you, Kate. She says so many interesting projects and gorgeous fabrics. Thank you for the inspiration.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is a pleasure to sew when you are inspired by the fabrics as
Yeah.
well. They are beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do the binding? Do we want to do
no.
binding? Have we got time for binding?
You can, yeah.
Do we want to do
Got about
that?
4 minutes.
Oh, we can do that in
Can we
4
do that?
minutes. Yeah,
do you
'cause
need this binding tool?
I do.
Yeah.
Are you
there
going to talk
go.
about it first?
Yeah, sure. So Susie is going to show us the magic binding maker with binding spool from Taylor Seville. I love anything that makes the job easier and more accurate.
Well, I love any gadget that means I haven't got to have electricity because it means another thing I can put in my camping box.
And this, you don't need an iron, do you?
No, that's what I mean.
No iron
I
required
can
to
do
make the
this
binding.
anywhere. So this is a great gadget for quilt groups and for people who have holiday homes elsewhere and don't necessarily, like me, in a tent, have electricity. So what it does, this one is specifically for 2.5-inch binding, and it makes your double fold binding for you. So it's got 2 clips that have got silicone hinges, and you literally just flip those off, and then you've got this hinged sort of cup system. There is an arrow on the top, so you know which direction you're working in, and you've got rollers inside. So again, it's like a mangle. What you're going to do is take your binding, and this can be as long or as short as you like. I've joined this. This is to do my quilt block keeper from the previous hour. So I've got this ready, prepared to go. I'm just going to, by hand, just fold it in half to start it off. I haven't trimmed anything, but it's just gone in. I'm going to feed it in this end, and you'll notice that it exactly fits between these two brackets of the machine itself. That's why this is specifically for 2.5. There are other sizes available, but at SewingStreet, because most people tend to do 2.5, we've kept it at 2.5. Now, what I tend to do with this is, I've still got the selvage on here, so I just extend it through until I can see and hold the selvage end of my fabric. Shut the machine down and then put your clips on. And that is important because engaging those clips gives you the pressure on these rollers, which means I don't need to have my iron. Now, in an ideal world, you won't have a sewing machine sat just next to you. You'll have space, but you can do this on your lap. I have sat and done this on my lap. I've also sat in the car, not driving, I hasten to add, and done this. And what you do is you literally just pull it through, and you can go as fast or slow. If you miss a bit, if it's not quite right, if something goes wrong, you can open it up, reset, start again. But when you keep going, you end up with your double fold binding ready to use.
So as it's going through, it's
pressing that crease in for you.
Brilliant.
You're not having to do it. So you've got perfectly
Will you just open it so we can see the crease that's actually
there you
pressed?
go.
Because it looked like it was doing nothing,
No,
but it really is
but
doing...
a proper crease, yeah.
Fabulous.
It really is a good crease. And the other great thing with it is, in the packaging, there is a big bobbin holder that you can wind your binding onto, so you can make your binding ahead of schedule, or when you've got, you are sat doing something, and have them ready to go. So if you are a person that just wants white binding on everything, you can just spend a day making white binding, but it makes it super easy. There's no need for an iron.
I think if your binding's already made, when you finish quilting, you'll just crack straight on.
Yeah, you don't then panic about making it.
No,
now, when you get to the join in binding, it doesn't make any difference. It still goes through evenly. But what I would suggest is at that point, just go a bit slower.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're very
Thank you so much. And Christine and Sue, I can't wait to see you both at Festival of Quilts. And of course I will do a little video for you. Yes, come and see me. Right. Thank you ever so much, Susie.
Thank you very much.
Amazing. Right. Let's look at the menu for tomorrow. John is presenting tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m, The Quilters Essentials. At 8:30, now we're going across the hours, so make sure you jot this down. At 8:30, Suzanne Campion is in with the William Morris Loddon Collection Regency quilt. Stunning. At 9:30, Louisa Galt will be joining John with Picture This, Table Runner and the Bold Blossom quilt and templates. At 11 o'clock, Suzanne Campion will be back with some fabulous Christmas quilting projects. See, I told you we wouldn't let Christmas alone. And then at 12 o'clock, Suzie Duncan's here with the Elna 782 sewing and quilting machine. More fabulous demos and know-how from our Susie. Thank you so much for spending the last few days with us here. I'm heading home to get my last few bits and pieces ready for Festival of Quilts. When am I back here? I'm not sure. Maybe the end of the month, I think. See you there or at Festival.